Let's watch. Sorry guys, it looks like I was muted there. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Today we are going to go over some of the possibilities of what happened to Sebastian Rogers. I have a few clips that I've prepared for us tonight, and I just want to really focus in on the geofencing tonight. It's something that piqued my interest, and I think it's really important to learn and understand what this technology is and how it's used in cases such as the Sebastian Rogers case. So I am going to geek out a little bit tonight, and I hope you don't mind. But I do want to take a deep dive into this subject matter because I feel that, again, it is very important in this case and in other cases. So with that, let's get started, and I'm going to play our first clip.
I've been over this once before, but it's worth repeating because we're doing a full summary, what I would call a pros memo spoken, prosecution memo, on what we know anyway. Okay. He said, meaning Chris Proudfoot to Katie Proudfoot, and excuse what I'm going to say. I hate this word. Again, I have a brother who is special. Come get your retard. And he hated and wished him dead. Apparently words like that were spoken. Sprayed him down with a power washer to the point that Sebastian fell over. If you don't get rid of him, I will. There were statements made and overheard. And red flag, another red flag, we're at number 5. It's a red flag for motive, a red flag for issues. When I say the red flags, I'm talking about your 15-year-old child who is wetting himself in school. I'm talking about your 15-year-old child who's wetting their bed still. I'm talking about a child that if they were verbally and emotionally abused in this way, that would explain when you see a 15-year-old with autism, high functioning, having these issues. All right. Geofencing. Geofencing is something that is done to determine what cell phones are being used in a particular area where a crime takes place. This is one of the number one tools that law enforcement uses to see who was there when a crime takes place, essentially. Or if they have a missing child, who might have been in that area. I can guarantee you law enforcement used geofencing. They have not came out and said what they found. It'll be telling. If there were any foreign phones in and around Sebastian Rogers' house, that's a big clue. That's a big clue that somebody came and got Sebastian Rogers or would have been involved in his disappearance, in my belief, if I see that in and around his house. But you know what is also a clue? If I do geofencing and there's no digital footprint of somebody that wasn't supposed to be there, that's also a big clue. We don't know what the results are. Law enforcement has not told us.
Whether you're here, or at one of these, it doesn't matter. This can find you. The common name, Stingray. Technically, a cell site simulator. First developed for military use, it's made its way into local law enforcement. It can track a person down to the room they're in if they have their cell phone on them. Stingrays turn these into homing devices. And that's just the beginning.
These are tracking devices. This is emitting a signal. This is GPS.
Mike Mino with the North Carolina branch of the ACLU has been watching the spread of stingrays for years.
It's my understanding that the software that a lot of these devices use is capable of capturing things like your text messages, the numbers you're calling and receiving calls from. We know for sure they're getting people's location.
Here's how it works. Cell phones are always trying to connect to nearby cell towers. A stingray acts like a cell tower decoy. In what's called a man-in-the-middle attack, it tricks cell phones into thinking it's the nearest cell tower, phones connect to the stingray, and police can access a range of personal information. But they don't just get intel on one phone. Every phone nearby is forced to divert to the stingray. Calls are passed on to a real cell tower. Data scooped up stays with police.
Okay, guys, so that's just like a little bit of background on the Stingray technology. I am not sure what type of technology exactly was used in terms of what brand name. So there's a lot of different styles that they can use. The one that is most used by law enforcement officials is the Stingray technology from what I've researched. So all of this is opinion. It's all basically what I have gathered over the last 24 hours, give or take. And I just wanted to say hello to everyone that's coming in. Hey, Minnie, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Hey, Jude, good to see you. Maui's son. And Susan Ennis, good to see you. It's really crazy, Susan, I think. It's kind of it's very controversial. Hey Donna, it's very controversial technology because it does fall more so under like a Fourth Amendment search. So it's not necessarily something that is privacy friendly, if you will. It's something that's kind of arguably, especially we'll see later some views from the ACLU. They don't really appreciate the technology because it does pull in data from all kinds of sources, even the innocent people. So if you didn't do anything wrong at all, you're still, if you're in this geo-fenced area, your data is being collected and then stored by law enforcement. They do say that they purge this information, but there's no telling, what they can find, especially if they can go in and see our text messaging and things like that. So, yeah, Susan, so you're familiar. I was not familiar, and then when I started looking into it, I said, oh boy, this is going to take me a minute. So, so I wanted to really like dive in and kind of understand it. Big Brother's always listening. Very true, Minnie. Very true. And we were talking about how, like the Siri technology, it's funny how we'll say something or we'll be searching a brand. Or anything, looking for a couch cover. And the next thing you know, we speak that into the universe here, and the next thing you know, your phone is pulling up all of these suggestions for different furniture coverings and things like that. It's kind of creepy. It creeps me out too, Minnie. Exactly, it's very creepy. And it's just it's very strange, because just think, if there's some kind of crime that's going on in the area, this technology it does exist and has the capabilities of pulling in our personal data, but they're not particularly looking at us, but they are looking at our data. So it's very interesting, controversial, and according to Jen Coffindaffer, this was absolutely, she says, and I quote, she guarantees law enforcement use this technology, end quote. So if she says it, I tend to believe it, although that is just her opinion on the matter. I did try to ask what law enforcement entity might have written a search warrant for this, because as we all know, there has to be a search warrant. By God, if there wasn't a search warrant, the defense would have a field day if this ever does get to the point of going through the court system for in a criminal manner. And so Oh, no worries, Donna. You can just listen. It's everything's gonna be like audible, so there's nothing really like to read. And if there is anything you read, I'll read over it. So feel free to, clean and play games or whatever you guys are doing. I do the same thing when I listen to podcasts, so I totally get it. And Star says a friend said she helped develop the advertising algorithm. It creeps me out. Oh my gosh, really, Star? That's crazy. It is super creepy. It's super creepy, and you know, it's technology that was originally used for military purposes, so it's really accurate. It's built to be like spy style technology, for lack of a better way to say it. And I thought it was super interesting, and also creepy, and just something that I wasn't really thinking about, in terms of, this case until it was brought up, and then I just couldn't get my mind off of the geofencing. It was like I was thinking about it a lot, because during that 3 a.m. time period, that 3:10 a.m. Time period, we know that the flashlights happened, and even Jen Coffindaffer says the flashlights happened. And so, with that being said, and then the fact that she guarantees they use the geofencing, I really believe that there could be something to that. And I think it has a direct correlation too with what they may have found, and why Chris was so upset when it was brought into question on the recent Elevated Truth podcast. So let's go back just a little tiny bit off of the subject, and I hate to kind of bounce around, but I did want to address a couple of things that were said by Jen Coffindaffer. She says that the neighbors' accounts were them overhearing Sebastian being called names, which I don't want to repeat. I think once is enough. I think we can all agree on that. And then he was sprayed with the pressure washer. Okay, these were things that were spoke about on another creator's channel, where there was a neighbor that came forward. They did not show themselves, but they were making the accounts of what happened. And according to Jen Kaffendaffer, these have been vetted in her opinion enough so that she would mention them in her live. So I thought they were definitely noteworthy. And so they also she also had a direct quote from Mr. Proudfoot saying, quote, "If you don't get rid of him, I will," end quote. So, I mean, talk about creepy. Now, she did go into the accidents that were occurring at home and at school, and Sebastian wearing pull-ups. I do believe that this how do I say this delicately, because I don't want to embarrass Sebastian further. Um, I do believe that there's a trauma response here, and it's directly correlated to the SA as well. So mix in the home environment, the walking on eggshells constantly because he's always getting in trouble, the food restricting, the CPS reports, all of that. And then the fact that he was in regression or showing signs of regression by these accidents, it is a trauma response, in my opinion. And I think that it could have come from many different things, but this is very common when there is a fear-based trauma response. So just something that I wanted to kind of put out there. Hey, Forever Nikki's mom, good to see you. Good to see you, hon. And I love that. I love the picture you sent the other day. So adorable, and just really made my day. Really made my day. And Star says, I don't know if he was being honest, but either way, still makes me paranoid. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you never know. I mean, there are so many like super duper duper smart people out there that just are so great at, like, they're people that hack in their free time. Let's just put it that way. They do it for fun. And so I mean, I'd believe it. If they were a really great hacker, they might have other people that are friends and with them, and they do that in their free time, and then even on a professional level. Because we're going to go into a little bit more on this, on the kind of the history behind it. I thought that the law enforcement using it was really interesting. And then also just a little bit of the controversy. I could have added a whole lot more in that panel. Um, the panel that I've added in from Yale was a panel that was basically ACLU members, a member of the mainstream media, and then also a judge who graciously was on the panel, kind of, in the firing squad, if you will, because he is a judge who has had to, has received requests for this technology to be used in terms of him writing a warrant for it, but then also, and okaying this technology to be used, but then also, because he's a judge and they're talking about government control and different things like that. So, oh, good. Oh, I'm so glad you were able to make it, Forever Nikki's mom. I'm so glad. Good to see you. Ah, you guys are so sweet. Hey, Dreams, good to see you. Good to see you, sweetheart. I hope you had a good Christmas. And Forever Nikki's mom says, yes, you now have a little fan that has joined the squad. Aw. Oh, good. He laughed so hard. I was so glad. Those kids were hilarious. They were so excited. I'm so glad he enjoyed it. Oh, that's wonderful. Aw. All things serious, good to see you. When was the last time LE did a presser? I forgot. It was April 2nd, 2024 was the last presser that, to my recollection knowledge. I don't think they came out. Now they did release a statement on the 6-month mark, just basically saying that there was the $50,000 reward and that they were working with the FBI at that point, but that was all. They didn't come out and speak like an oppressor style. So hey, Chief, good to see you, hon. Good to see you. Eddie. Dream says, great to see you. Yes, I hope you all did as well. Oh yes. Oh yeah. We had a good I did a live, but then also just it was a relaxing type of a Christmas. So all things serious. So 8 months and still nothing. Yeah, we just come up on the 10-month mark, and it's just such a long time not to have any word, especially because typically you see them coming out and at least making an appearance, setting up that podium, putting his picture up. That would have meant a ton, I believe. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Now with this, going back to this geofencing, the Stingray is a brand, like I was saying. So there's different variations of this, and then there's also capabilities to create one of these, like a homemade tracker. So you'd have to be super smart, but it is possible. So say you're a PI, you can make one of these. But today I kind of just wanted to focus on the more higher tech version of it, and the one that I believe that law enforcement uses. And so that's the Stingray. And let's see. So basically what Jen was saying in terms of this geofencing, that if there are foreign phones that have been found in the area, then that is a huge clue, right? Because it means that whoever was involved in this disappearance wasn't supposed to be in that neighborhood at that time or in that general area. Now, geofencing can go, and this is recent research, because I did pull the Yale interview that was 11 years ago. So it's a little outdated, but still it rings true to, what I found today. But it can actually, the geofencing radius is about within 100 miles. So a huge radius. However, that really muddies the results. So if we're looking at 100-mile radius, that's everybody's data in that area is being pulled in at, at once. And so it seems to me that they tend to use like a more centralized or targeted location to when they're doing this geofencing to pinpoint where the subject or their suspect is and what they're doing, what they've done, that sort of thing. But then she goes on to say that if there is no digital footprint of any outsiders, so anybody that should be in the neighborhood, that's also another a huge clue. That's also telling because um, they can tell who was in the area, and if it's not showing anybody foreign in the area, then that's a big clue saying that basically whoever was in the area could be responsible for Sebastian's disappearance, which I found to be kind of a bombshell theory or conclusion that she came to, or what her statement was very powerful when she said that. So basically, this technology can track down to the exact room someone is in, and it uses GPS and it does use the Bluetooth. And then, of course, it goes through different apps and things like Facebook. Now, we know Katie and Chris both have a Facebook account. So that one really stood out to me. I don't know if they have a Twitter or a Snapchat or things like that, but it's very, very possible. And then basically what this does, it acts as a decoy. So instead of all of this data going into the cell tower, it pulls it from the cell tower into this stingray, and it's able, then law enforcement has it and they can track everything that's going on. Now, the cell phones will still work and calls incoming and outgoing will still work. Those will still go through the cell tower, but any of the data, any of the text, all of that stuff, it comes through there. It comes through the decoy, aka the stingray. And let me go ahead and to your comments here, guys. And Forever Nikki's mom says, don't forget to hit the like. Oh, thank you. Merry Christmas, all things serious. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Chief says, did you hear Texas missing female Alexa Jones was found by Ellie a couple miles from home unharmed and safe, home with her mother? Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful news. I did not hear that. I heard about the little one that was from Virginia, that they found him here in Florida, of all places. But the family is going to reunite, and just a nice, just a very nice story. I'm so glad when I hear it. Gives me hope that these kids are being found. Is a great bit of hope. Great bit of hope. And I'm going to go ahead and play our next clip, guys, and we're going to get into
when you ask them why they're using it, they'll say, well, we're targeting certain individuals. But the nature of the technology is so expansive that you cannot use this without countless innocent people having their data captured as well.
The I-Team has learned at least 3 law enforcement agencies in the Triangle have been using cell site simulators, but they don't like to talk about it and may not be allowed to. These 2 purchase orders show Raleigh and Durham police bought variations of the Stingray within the last 10 years. Raleigh's purchase order, obtained by the I-Team 2 years ago, shows the department paid more than $120,000 for the device. Separate documents obtained by the ACLU show Durham spent nearly twice that. In spite of those purchase orders, both departments claimed not to be using one when the I-Team asked recently. Raleigh says they stopped using theirs because of outdated technology. With the Stingray, though, secrecy is part of the deal. Durham's contract with the device's manufacturer includes a strict non-disclosure clause, not just about the Stingray, but about the agreement itself and its subject matter.
There is such secrecy around this, and I think it's because it's so powerful.
My name is Jennifer Valentino. I'm with the Wall Street Journal, and we are going to have a discussion here about my favorite surveillance technology. They're known colloquially as stingrays, and I think most of you are here for Chris's technical explanation this morning, but he's going to go over a bit more about this particular type of device and how they were originally used and how they're used now.
So I've been interested in the stingray for a couple of years now. There are two sort of things that really pushed me down this path. The first was reading DOJ's electronic surveillance manual, and there's a line in there that basically tells DOJ employees, if you're going to use one of these devices, if you're going to use a stingray, make sure you call Mark Eckermeiler first. And for those of you who know, Mark, before he left DOJ, was like the godfather of wiretapping at DOJ. And so let me just quickly say why you would use a stingray. There are three main scenarios when you would use a stingray. So the Rig Maiden case, as I mentioned this morning, the phone companies are required to provide location data through the location capabilities through the E911 law. Verizon and Sprint do this via GPS chip, and T-Mobile and AT&T do it through the towers. Verizon and Sprint only put the chips in phones because phones are the only devices that are required to be able to call the ambulance and the police. Verizon and Sprint don't put GPS chips in their data cards, the card you put in your laptop to connect to the internet over the cell network. And Daniel David Rig-Maiden was using a prepaid Verizon data card to access the web, and the government wanted to locate him. They could not get an accurate ping of his phone because he was using a Verizon data card and Verizon didn't have a GPS chip. So the first reason you would do it is if the phone company is not capable of locating the device for some reason. The second reason you would do it is if you believe that your target is switching phones very frequently. So let's say your target is using burner disposable cell phones. You know where he lives, you know where he works, and you park the Stingray van outside his office and send the signals through his wall, and then you get the serial numbers of the devices inside. You're not looking to geolocate, you're not doing an intercept, although devices may be capable of doing an intercept. You just want the serial numbers of the phone so you can then go to the phone company and bring up a wiretap. In that case, a Stingray is going to be really, really useful. And then the third and most interesting scenario is when the phone company won't help you. So if you're doing a foreign intelligence surveillance effort, if you're spying on politicians in France and the French phone company won't help you out, a Stingray is really useful because you can drive it through the streets of Paris. The same goes for the streets of Washington, D.C. if you're the Chinese government. When you cannot get the phone company's assistance, the Stingray is the next best thing. All right, sorry about that.
At the time of his disappearance, it is our understanding, what we know now from the Proudfoots, that Chris Proudfoot was working as a crane operator at the Memphis St. Jude Children's Hospital, which is approximately 3 hours and 21 minutes away, okay?
Okay, so we know that Chris was working over at the St. Jude Project, and he had been working there for not a terribly long period of time, but he said that he left in early February. He did not give an exact date to when he left in early February. And he's been asked several times. Terry Lynn asked him flat out, what does early February mean? He was asked on the Elevated podcast by Body Movin', what does this early February mean to you? And he says, he keeps reiterating that he cannot disclose that because law enforcement will not allow him to. Well, I don't believe that. And the reason I don't believe that is because Chris Proudfoot isn't believable. Let's be honest. But I don't believe it that law enforcement has kept that piece close to the vest, because typically, and we've seen this in other cases, like Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, his mother was cleared, his family was cleared, and they did get a lot of flack for his disappearance first, but eventually they were cleared. And so that's why this is so curious in this case, because they have not cleared the feet, or Seth for that matter, but either way. Chief says Dolly was there when they got the news about him found in Florida, and he talked to a neighbor who told him about another 15-year-old female from the next street over that went missing. Oh, wow. Oh, that's great. Or not great that she was missing, but great that they were there to listen and find out more about it. Everybody deserves that kind of exposure. And Susan says, I don't either. Believe the foot, I think. And Forever Nikki's mom says, I don't believe them either. It doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It definitely doesn't make any sense. It's one of those things where, well, it's been over and over and over again in this case. It's just what he's not believable, and he gets caught in these lies. And then, of course, where was he at when Dog the Bounty Hunter released these text messages between he and Chris and Katie, and they clearly did receive messages and correspondence from them when he said they didn't. And it's just kind of maddening, um, you know. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, Star says, Chief, do you mean she was found near Mitchell Leahy? And so this technology, this Stingray technology, was purchased by a police force in Raleigh, North Carolina. They were using this device, and and a lot of times the law enforcement will deny use of these devices. And the reason being is because the secrecy part of it is written into the purchase agreement. And so there is a lot of hush hush going on when this technology is being used, which I found to be very intriguing and interesting, to say the least. Now, on the panel, we are going to hear from, well, not so much. She's kind of directing the panel, but the Wall Street journalist, we have the guys from the ACLU, and then the judge. Now, I found it to be very interesting, and that's why I kind of wanted to leave some of the controversy in here just so we can discuss that a little bit further. But he says that the godfather of wiretapping over at the DOJ is the person that, when these law enforcement agencies receive this technology and start putting it to use, that they should contact this individual, the godfather of wiretapping, which, if you weren't creeped out before, you might be creeped out now. But either way, he says that they use this technology for three main reasons. And basically, it all goes back to the fact that the telephone companies would need to be helpful and facilitate this data coming from them. So in terms of the phone companies like Verizon and Sprint, which Sprint isn't around anymore, obviously, but they have chips in their phones, but they don't have the GPS data chips, right? So they didn't have those back 11 years ago, and that's what he's speaking to. And then an example would be if the target, meaning whoever they're using the geofencing to spy on, is using a prepaid device. That's the case that they keep referring to in this conversation on the panel. And basically, if there's no data card, it's very difficult to use and track these phones. Now, if the target, the second reason that they would use this technology is if the target is using burner phones. Okay, and I know that sometimes these guys can be a little bit long-winded and they're super duper smart, but that stood out to me like a big red flag, or maybe even just a caution flag, being like, hey, the red flag's going to come. Because he says the reason why the police would use this technology is to target people using burner phones. So did the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or any of the offices that were assisting, like the TBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, Homeland Security, all of those entities were assisting along with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. So And they even had resources coming in from Gallatin, Tennessee. So that just begs the question, did they suspect or know that the feet were using burner phones? Now, we talked about this before on the live that we did, I believe it was either Christmas or Christmas Eve, but if you recall in the Texas Roadhouse video, Katie's phone was in her hand and she's using it, and her iPhone is visible to the, excuse me, her iWatch is visible to the camera, and this screen is black the entire time. That screen does not light up to notify Katie that she has anything going on the phone in her hand. And so this is very, very intriguing to me, because was Katie using a burner phone at Texas Roadhouse? Because everything that I know, now I don't have an iWatch, I have iPhones, but I do not have an iWatch. Everything that I know about iWatches is that it drives every bit of traffic from your cell phone to the iWatch so that you can use that instead of your phone. So if you text somebody, it's going to send you a notification to the iWatch. Did she have her notifications turned off? That might be an innocent explanation for this, if you will, but it's something to consider when it doesn't ever light up. It's very odd to me. It's just very curious. Now, another reason why they would use this is if the phone company is not in agreement that they will assist with the wiretapping of the phones, which many times, obviously, there had to have been a search warrant issued in this case, because that is how the police can move forward with doing the Stingray technology. And we're going to hear from the judge on panel, and he's going to discuss kind of what he thinks about when one of these requests flies past his desk or lands on his desk, however you want to put it. But I found it really interesting what he had to say about it. But let me go ahead and check what you guys are saying over here in these comments here. And Dream says the information I heard today from the truth commentary he mentioned the three parents wanted to house Sebastian on a care home, but they would not accept him. Yeah, so Dreams, we went over that. Tony Mathis broke it down on Mr. and Mr. E's Crimecast, and that's where we kind of went over it from. So basically what Tony said was that they were looking at placing Sebastian into a facility of some sort, a behavioral home for children, if you will, but they couldn't afford it. And so it was like collectively all three parents decided that it was too expensive and that they couldn't afford to take him. Now, or they couldn't afford to bring him there, rather. Now, they did also say that Sebastian was waiting to be accepted into the online program in Clarksville when he was supposed to go live with Seth. Seth was looking into these programs, and there was a wait list essentially, and so he wasn't able to get into that program until later than would have been convenient, I guess is the best way to say it, because Chris and Katie were looking to get Sebastian out of the home for whatever reason. It's clear to me, and that's my opinion, but you know, Forever Nikki's mom says Katie did appear to have a second phone. Yes, I mean, there's been a lot of speculation on that there was a light flickering under the table and things of that nature. I just found it so odd that her iWatch didn't get any notifications or anything like that unless she was wearing it was turned off maybe, and it was just like for show. Maybe it died. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she needed to charge it and they had been out all day. That could be another logical explanation. And Susan Ennis says, oh, yes. And Dream said, did I understand that correctly? I believe so. I think it was more or less the fact that I don't think it was the schools wouldn't accept him. One of the schools Seth looked into, it was one of the schools in Gallatin, and there had been mistreatment of children to the point where the children had passed on because of the mistreatment. And Seth said, no way, we're not putting him there. And then they were researching 4 other schools, but it was too costly for the parents, even with the 3 of them. So they decided to send Sebastian to live with Seth in the summertime when school ended. And then he was going to go to online program in Clarksville. And that's my understanding of it. Well, thank you, Star. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Hey, Jude says, yes, Dreams, it was too expensive for a quality facility. Right. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Well said. I don't know why I couldn't just say that. Talk about long-winded. And Dream says, there's a very long waiting list for good facilities. Hey Jude says, Dreams, there's a very long waiting list for good facilities. I agree with that. I agree. And it's super expensive, guys. Now, I don't know. I mean, obviously insurance would be involved, but just think about when you have to stay at a hospital and you go to a hospital, you're still going to get like a hell of a bill. And that's because you're eating there, you're sleeping there, you're having care from the facility workers, the hospital workers, what have you. And so it's absolutely expensive, even with the insurance. Yeah, it is horrible, Susan. It is. It is. Hey, Liza, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. If you want to, if Gracie comes in, definitely share hers. I think she knows she could just drop it though if she wants to. Um, but yes, I will. I will let you know. I think I got all of my links in before, like in my description. I was like, ooh, how did I get everything done tonight on time? I was like here 5 minutes early. I was rocking it today somehow. And Liza says, nobody cares that these parents just released that very important piece of info. That's a huge reason for which a child will run away, in my opinion. Yeah, Liza, I agree. This is definitely another reason for Sebastian to have wanted to run away, or that he would have run away. Absolutely. You know, I feel like he had so many valid reasons to want to hightail it out of Dodge, so to speak. And Susan agrees with Liza. And Star says, agreed, Liza, that could be very upsetting to poor Sebastian. I agree. I agree. And that's another thing, you know, with him dipping behind the walls, like Katie said, and things like that, kind of that sneaky behavior where he was trying to kind of listen in maybe and eavesdrop on what was happening. Chris even said that Sebastian was eavesdropping on conversations in the Elevated Truth podcast. He says, you know, Sebastian overheard us and he voiced his opinion. And I believe that he was listening very closely to see what was going on. And I mean, after all, he's trying to find out what his fate is going to be, right? Anybody would want to go and eavesdrop and dip behind a wall and listen in and say, well, crap, where are they going to send me? You know, besides, you know, his heart and his feelings were probably hurt, Star. So I completely understand that. Yeah, that's a great point. It is really sad. And Hey Jude says, Liza, I don't think there was a plan for anything other than Seth having him do the online school. That was my understanding too, Hey Jude. That was my understanding. However, maybe, I mean, anything's possible. I just think that Seth really was being careful. He didn't want to just put him anywhere. But then also they realized that it can be quite costly too. So, you know, there's that. And they all decided that collectively, it, you know, from my understanding. Star says, hey Jude, do you get similar sense that the feet just wanted to get rid of him? That's a good question. Good question, Star. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you. I know Miss Gracie's trying to build her channel. She's amazing, guys. You need to go check her out. For real. She's awesome. Minnie says, bam. I'm begging to feel, Chief says, I'm begging to feel that there is foul play. I mean, they could have just let Sebastian maybe go to Seth. If it was so bad in that house for him 3 years, he would be 18 years old and could have moved out on his own. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if you guys, I just want to reiterate what Jen Kaffendaffer said, that the neighbors recounted during Crime Line. It was during Crime Lines and Lives, Brooks's podcast. And I quote, if you don't get rid of him, I will, end quote. So that was overheard by the neighbors in Victoria Place, where the Proud Feet live. And Forever Nikki's mom says, hey Jude, yes, Seth wanted his son with him. Absolutely, Forever Nikki's mom. Seth wanted Sebastian to come live with him. He just needed to prepare for him to come live there. I mean, when you have a child, any child, really, any child, because it's if you think about when a child is switching where they're living, their whole entire routine, their whole entire life is changing. They're no longer going to be around the same set of friends. They're no longer going to be around the teachers that they are comfortable with. And if you think about a child who has autism, and on top of that, the chromosome deletion, where it was causing emotional regulation issues and things like that. That is the reason why it wasn't just so easy for Seth to just yank him from Katie's house, right? Because it wouldn't have been fair for Sebastian. It just wouldn't be. And honestly, that's why I believe in my heart of hearts, and I'm not bashing any social workers out there. There are some wonderful social workers out there, and they don't deserve to be put in any type of a horrible category. They work extremely hard. They have an unbelievable, it's unbelievable the ratio of cases to their one person. You know, they're only one person. And so I don't mean to disparage them at all, but I believe that that is why they do not take these children out of the homes immediately, like they would with a kid who, say, doesn't have these, different abilities, right? Kids that they say are quote unquote normal, which nobody is. Let's be honest. But in terms of that, they'll yank kids left and right. But when it comes to a child that has special needs, they're not so quick to do that. And I really believe in my heart of hearts that that's the reason why, is because, one, it's not in the best interest of them at that time, unless it's something that is, a horrific situation, like we saw with little Joshy McCoy. And his nickname was JJ. They did find him in a wooded area, and he was not alive. There were accounts of his mother's home being filthy dirty, human feces, to the point of that. Hypodermic needles, Narcan in her bedroom, prescription pill bottles all over the house, where this little 5-year-old could have access to these things, and then if we just think about how horrible of a smell it would have been in there. He was left in that. And I believe it was because he was autistic, nonverbal. It's absolutely insane. And Dream says, I have them here. It's pretty amazing school. And Star says, hey, Jude says, Star, yes, I think they wanted him out of their house. Maybe there would be big problems with the DCS. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we can't just forget that they had involvement, in there, and two, if Seth wasn't aware of the DSFS reports or CPS reports, then behind the scenes they were playing a role in this. There is no doubt in my mind, and they were telling Katie, and Katie was probably working it out with them that Sebastian would go to a home, and then they spoke with Seth about it and brought him on board with it. But as far as I know, he didn't even know about DFS involvement until after Sebastian had been missing. Just like he didn't know about the belt being used on his son by some other man until after Sebastian was missing. He heard about that one through a podcast, according to Seth. And Chief says being 18 also gives him the right by law to legally change his name. Yeah, he can emancipate himself, obviously. I think it's probably around 16. I'm not really quite sure. There was a lot of options that he had, but at the end of the day, he had a father who loved him and who wanted to keep him in the home. And whenever there's a parent that wants to do that, I think they should let them, unless it's, Adam Montgomery and the teardrop tattoo. It is super sad, Dreams. Go Minnie. Go multitasking Minnie. Hey, Jude says, me too. You girls are good. I'm not a big multitasker. I really have to focus. And one thing at a time. I can't walk and chew gum. Let's put it that way. And Dream says, that's what I understand too, that Seth wanted to put him in an online school. Yeah, and CP and KP were against him being homeschooled. Yeah, and I think too, and now this is something that Chris said, but that Sebastian voiced his opinion about not wanting to do the online school because he liked interacting with the people at school. He liked his teachers. He was going to miss that. And of course, it's part of his routine. So, it's scary for anybody to go to a new school, a new place, meeting new people, but especially for someone with autism or this chromosome deletion that he had, because it creates a lot of social problems. And so it's not so easy as it would be for one of us to go up and be like, hey, my name is so-and-so, what's your name? Those are things that they have to really work on in therapy when you have autism. And Liza says, I don't believe that Sebastian could make it, but after 10 months, they came forward with it. What else is between those three adults? I don't know. Yeah, that's a really good point, Liza. I mean, we don't know everything, and little by little, things will come out. The truth comes out a little at a time, and when it does, it just raises more questions, it seems like, or it might even validate some of the things that we were already thinking. But it is helpful to know what actually transpired and what the family dynamic was. And the reason is because that way we can get a better idea of what Sebastian was going through, and even like what we were saying earlier, the reason why he might want to run away. Although at this point, I don't think that was the case, but if he did, it could have been a factor. And Minnie says, I was researching and counseling someone else about the watch thing. You can set your smartwatch to not receive messages. Might be why hers didn't light up. Oh yeah, Minnie, that's a good point. Yeah, so I mean, if that was the case, or if it had run out of battery, those are two things that I can see that would logically cause her phone not to be, um, you know, not to be corresponding with her cell phone, and driving the traffic also to her iWatch. I just found it to be really interesting, especially because, like I said, according to this guy over at Yale, who's like way smarter than I am, and that's why I like to put him in there. He said the second reason for law enforcement to use this technology would be to target someone who's using the burner phones. And so that definitely piqued my interest, because a lot of people think that they were using burner phones. And I do think they had burner phones. I really do. Logistically, that's how it would make it so they would be able to do what they did. So I mean, I definitely have that as like a top theory, or part of some of the really more plausible ideas that could happen. But nobody knows for sure. Nobody knows, And hello, Dreaming. Good to see you. Good to see you. And Forever Nikki's mom says, in my opinion, Sebastian's AB was being exposed and CP knew he was in big trouble. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. I do think so too. The ABUS, yeah. So here's the thing about that too. I agree with what you're saying. It's my opinion too that it was going to come out, right? I mean, CPS was aware of this. Now, whether the judge in New Mexico was aware of this as it pertained to the custody battle that had been going on since, let's face it, since Faith was basically a newborn. That was going on. And so I really truly believe that that was a factor. I think that Sebastian was sick and tired of it. I don't think that he was afraid to tell. I think that he was telling and no one was listening to him. And that's the thing that breaks my heart. It really does. It really does. And Minnie says, I have specially asked hubby for a smartwatch with just GPS on it. I don't want it to connect to my phone. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, when I worked at that steakhouse and they told us that we couldn't have our phones, every single young kid over there was like, because I would work nights and weekends there. And, every single every single one of them came in with an iWatch the next day, and I was like, "You smart little things, you." Um, and Hey Jude says, "Forever Nikki's mom, big time." Hello, everyone. Streaming. And Dream says, "What? Who? CP?" Thank you, Star. Yeah, disclaimer, guys, and I'm not an expert. That's why I pulled in, some news clips explaining these things, and then the Yale people, because I just thought it was the Yale panel rather, because I just thought it was interesting, and just I wanted to kind of demonstrate what this technology is, what it does. And then I found it to be interesting how it was controversial, because I'm sure, and a lot of people have already said, like, it's kind of really creepy, and it is. But I definitely see the value in it. And as long as they're getting the proper search warrants, it could be all right. I don't want them taking my data either, though. So it's a definite double-edged sword. It's a catch-22. And Liza says, but apparently was why too much for KP. Oh, but apparently was way too much for KP. She had to care for Chris, herself, her job, her house, her husband's legal issues. Seth was caring for a question mark. Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand where you're coming from on that, definitely, Liza. I mean, I do think that it's hard for women to admit that they cannot juggle everything, right? A career, the kids full time, a child with special needs. Obviously, that's going to come with its own set of challenges. But I do think that when CPS became involved, that it was her time to kind of say, hey, look, I do need to get some help for my family. And instead of doing that, she opted to send Sebastian away. And then when they decided they didn't want to come up out of the pocket to send Sebastian away, then sent him to his dad. And by the way, send him for the whole summer and start him in school out there, almost like she didn't want to have nothing to do with that kid. And I don't understand that. I cannot, as a mother, wrap my head around just go to your dad's and I'll see you, when I see you. It's to me, and then you have Seth, who is a single father who works overnights. Just to me, you know, and you know what, actually, and I'll tell you this. Chris obviously is checked out, right? We know that they were having a lot of problems. He wasn't around a whole lot, especially in the month of February. He wasn't around a lot. And I think that there were ultimatums that were definitely used. And, maybe the fact that her husband was leaving her, and this is all alleged, but maybe the fact that her husband was about to leave her and she was going to have to support herself, was a contributing factor. And she thought that if she got rid of Sebastian, then perhaps he would stay. And I don't see how she could choose that scumbag over her son. I'm sorry. That's my opinion, allegedly, in my opinion. And Liza says, recipe for disaster. If KP did something bad, I can see the woman breaking 100%. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, I think Chris will roll. If he didn't have anything to do with it, at some point he's going to roll on her. He'll start singing like that little stool pigeon. So eventually it's going to happen. If he doesn't have involvement. Now, if his mom is involved, he's going to sink with the ship. But if Katie did something to where, like Seth had speculated, possibly OD, with the medications, then at some point or another, Chris is going to crack. You don't have kids to save a relationship, and you definitely don't get rid of your kids to save a relationship. That's just my opinion. Their problems are still going to exist either way. I mean, this is Chris's 5th marriage. So, and Hey Jude says, Liza, I feel for every mom. We all work around the clock. Absolutely. Moms don't stop, right, guys? And I mean, we don't, like the Bad Moms Christmas. I don't know if you guys have saw the Bad Moms movies, but they're hilarious. And in there, the mom says, we don't enjoy the holidays. We give joy to the holidays. As a mom, you don't enjoy it. You give all the joy. By the end of it, you're like, dang, you're depleted. You just want to sleep. I've been there, and I only had the one daughter, but it's just all of it, wrapping the presents, buying presents for everybody, making sure everything's perfect, pretending like you're Santa, eating the cookies, eating the carrots like that you were the reindeer. I mean, if you don't have a good partner to help you do that, you're freaking exhausted afterwards. And especially if you're a single mom, and then some of these guys, no offense to any of the guys listening, Chief, if you're still here, this is not directed towards you all. I'm not trying to be, an angry woman or anything like that. But some of these men act like they're kids, and you got to treat them like a kid, because they don't want to act right, like CP. And Liza says, I don't like KP, but sometimes society put way too much on mothers, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree, Liza, completely, completely. And we put it on ourselves as well. Like, we're very guilty of that, right? Because we want to be the perfect wife. We want to be the perfect mom. We want our kids to have everything we didn't have and more. We want our families to be functioning and we want to be the reason for that. We want to be the reason for our family doing well. And we just have that nurturing spirit in us, and that's what we want. We want our family to be happy. And it is so much pressure, so much pressure. And then society puts it on us too. So it's a really good point, Liza. I appreciate you bringing that up. And Star says, typically child custody determinations have mediation first. If the parents can't agree on an agreement, then they will go before a judge. There have to be a previous arrangements for Sebastian. There were. And I think that the parenting plan that was in place was, by all three parents' accounts, was working for them. They were co-parenting, in some capacity. So every other weekend, Sebastian's going to Seth's, and that was working well for them. And then they even said if somebody needed to switch a weekend, for all of us parents out there that have been divorced and stuff, we know how that works. Something comes up and you have to ask the other parent, hey, my aunt's 50th birthday party is this weekend. I know it's your weekend, but do you think that we can switch off and, you can have time here and whatnot? In a perfect scenario, the other parent will be kind and courteous and generous and say, yes, I know this is my time, but I know it's important for, our son or daughter, or however many kids you have, to go to this family function with you. But there are instances and situations where the other parent says, oh, you need that weekend, huh? You need that weekend. Oh, okay. Well, no, you can't have it. And if you want it, you're going to have to take me to court. And that's how it works. I mean, if you have a good scenario, you are lucky. You are very, very, very lucky. And your kids, because that's who is going to hurt the most, your kids are lucky. It doesn't always work. It's not a perfect, and the family court system is expensive, and it's lawyer driven. And if you don't have a lawyer, and if you can only motion to modify certain things and certain times, and it's very stressful. And it, like I said, it's not fair to anybody but the kids. But if you have a good scenario where you're like, hey, I need this, and then when they need something, you're gracious and you say, yes, of course, you could. I remember last time, and you act like an adult. It's not that hard. It really, in theory, is not that hard. But when you have people who have hurt feelings and that are bitter against each other, it can really be a recipe for disaster. Oh, have a good night, Dreams. Have a good night. And Chief says, I don't buy the barefoot thing. Just because they provided all of Sebastian's sneakers doesn't say that he had other shoes such as snow boots, work boots, Crocs, sandals, flip-flop slippers. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, Chief. The in the Coffin Daffer interview, in the Coffin Daffer live, she does mention that it's very strange that Sebastian only had 3 pairs of shoes. Even for a young man, 3 pairs of shoes is not a terrible amount. And even Hey Jude and I have talked over this scenario, right, of only 3 pairs of shoes, because we have different shoes for different occasions. Like you said, Crocs, sandals, flip-flops. We have the slippers, and especially for boys, they have, some boys are like super hard on their shoes too. And so you'll have like a pair of play shoes for when they go out, and then you have their school shoes. So that way when they wear their tennis shoes to school, they're not wearing the ratty ones. They're wearing like the nice ones. Or say you guys are going to go out to dinner and they want to wear jeans and a t-shirt. Well, they need to wear their nice, sneakers. So absolutely. I mean, so I can see a boy, I think a maybe more normal, I guess, normal. I say that, but there's no such thing. But a more normal number of shoes would have been maybe like 5 or 6 pairs, like you said. But he had 3 pairs, one of which was a pair of Western style boots that Seth had bought him. And then, which was recently before he went missing. Katie did say in her May interview with QB that they were waiting to buy him sandals because his feet were growing at a very rapid speed. She said he went up to 2 shoe sizes in a very short period of time, which I don't buy that. I think it's because they screwed up with the shoes, and Seth looks over and says, "Hey, all his shoes are sitting over there by the door." I mean, they messed up. They've been messing up. They can't tell the truth to save their lives. They can't remember. That's what happens when you lie. You have to cover that lie and remember the first one you told and remember who you told. It's exhausting. It's exhausting being a liar. Especially in a case like this where people are asking you all the questions and they're asking you the same questions over and over. And if you're not given the same answers, then you're going to look like a liar, and if people are catching you in lies left and right, then it's even worse. Star says that's assuming they didn't make decisions regarding custody without court involvement. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. But they said they did. They said that they had a very open relationship where it was, if Sebastian wanted to go to his dad's, within reason, as long as it wasn't a school night, he could go to his dad's anytime he wanted. But I don't, again, we're trying to decipher the truth from people who have been caught in so many lies. It's very frustrating. And Hey Jude says, I'm sure Seth wishes he had taken Sebastian in sooner now. Oh, absolutely. Oh gosh, that freaking hindsight is always 2020. And then you got, all of when when you're going over what happened in your brain, I can't imagine how Seth is feeling. I mean, he's got to just be kicking himself, looking back, and it's too bad. It really is, because in all honesty, when he's over at his mother's house, his father should be able to trust that his child is okay with their mother. And unfortunately, he learned that he couldn't trust that. He couldn't trust that she was going to do the right thing by Sebastian. He was essayed in their care. He was beat by her husband with a belt. He was punished and his belongings were thrown away. Just so many things, so many things that Katie allowed. And I bet you Seth never would have ever dreamed that she would ever do that in a million years until he got the proof that she did. And Star says, sadly, the guilt of not acting sooner likely gets to him. Oh, yes, absolutely. Forever Nikki's mom says, Star, we have a shared custody of my grandson with my other grandparents after my daughter passed. We do have set times, but we typically just work out what's best for us and our grandson. Exactly, Forever Nikki's mom. And that's great for him. That's the best thing for him. The family courts are always talking about the best interest of the child, and we should know that as their loved ones and their caregivers. What's the best interest of them? And stick to that. That's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. I really am. I know Nikki would be so proud of you guys. So proud. And Forever Nikki's mom says, I believe that Seth and Katie had a similar custody plan. I do too. I mean, I do think that it seemed to be working out until the CPS involvement. I think that was really, you know, the monkey wrench in it. That it was like, by the way, we're having these issues in our home, and then we're going to need you to take Sebastian. But I don't think they wanted Seth to know about the CPS involvement, because maybe because they didn't want to ruin that parenting plan that they had, you know, that, not the parenting plan they had, but that camaraderie that they had, that rapport that they had. Maybe they didn't want to ruin that by telling Seth, hey, you know, CPS has been on our neck, breathing down our neck for a while. And there's been multiple reports, and Sebastian's reporting us at the school, and the teachers are reporting what he's coming in saying, or that they, some of the things they've seen, you know, however it went down. And Star says, forever Nikki's mom, that happens a lot with families who can get along, which is absolutely the best for the child. I'm sorry you lost your daughter. Yes. Yes. But, you know, yeah, you guys are right. It does happen. It does. It is. Yeah, forever Nikki's mom says, thank you, Star. It's all about him and his best interest. All we want is for him to grow up happy. Aw, you've lost too much already. Exactly, forever Nikki's mom. And that's the thing. And life is too short. Life is too short to be mean like that to each other, and hold a grudge. They had been divorced for so long at that point. It's just one of those things where you would think it would have been water under the bridge, but for some people, it's never long enough. And Hey Jude says, it seems that deliberately concealed the DFS report, or that they deliberately concealed the DCS reports from Seth. Sebastian would have been a problem for them even if he was sent to live with Seth. Absolutely, because DFS had that investigation was still open on that very last one, according to the documents that Seth had to get a lawyer to get from DFS. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Dreaming says, please take a minute to click the like. Oh, thank you, Dreaming. Thank you. Hey, Margaret. Margaret says, Sebastian Rogers, we love you and we are praying for you to come home soon. Yes, we are, Margaret. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is so sweet and very true. And Forever Nikki's mom says, hey, Jude, in my opinion, just nailed it. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's I mean, you know, it's the stuff that just kind of makes sense, you know. I mean, it was like what we were talking about, the Occam's razor, what Josh from the lab has said it, and then Jen Coffindaffer. It's you know, it's usually not that complicated. We'll just put it that way. It's not that complicated. And Star says, Nikki's mom, he's blessed to have you and your other family caring for him. Absolutely. Two grandmas are the best, right? Grandmas are the best. All of that love, he feels it. And Forever Nikki's mom says, I listened to Smiley earlier and she was trying to reach out to KP, warning her what was coming. I love Smiley. She's straight to the point. Oh no. I'm going to have to go check her out. She is an amazing woman. I'll just say that. Smiley is amazing. I love that movie. Chief says I'm here. Sorry, Chief. I wasn't trying to put you in that category of man baby. Man babies, man childs, man children. I don't know. Minnie says, woo, I'm gonna sit on my hands. Oh goodness. And Forever Nikki's mom, Star, he is rotten. I've got him watching Lady Now with my mama. Aw. Aw. Oh, with Mama, excuse me. Aw, that's so sweet. Star says my ex-husband was kind of useless with chores. He used dish soap in the dishwasher. I was like, at least the floor is clean. Oh my goodness. I know, see, Star, that's how we kind of, you think about it after a while, you kind of, you know, deal with it. But then when you have like 5 kids, and then your husband acts like a kid. You're like, oh my God, really? Like, you know? Oh, Minnie, thank you. If you guys got a membership from Minnie, make sure that you say thank you to Minnie. Minnie, that was so sweet, girl. Thank you so much. Aw, thank you. And Autumn is here. Hello, Autumn. Welcome in. And Minnie says, hi, Autumn. Thank you for gifting the memberships, Minnie. And let's see here. We're going to do a members only, guys. And we're going to, Gracie wants to do it too. And we're going to do one where we're going to do an experiment. And I think it'll be really fun. Margaret says, thank you for the membership, Minnie. Oh, yay, Margaret got a membership. That's fantastic. All right. Minnie, you gift you memberships from Hey Jude. And Star says, I'm half convinced a lot of you guys mess up household tasks on purpose. Or a lot of the guys mess up household tasks on purpose so they won't have to, so they don't get asked again. Yeah, who was the comedian that said that? Oh my gosh, that's so funny, Star, that you say that. Oh, who was it? Was it like Jeff Foxworthy or somebody? But they were like, yeah, we just mess it up so that way they never ask us to do it again. We play dumb, like, we play dumb so that way they won't ask us to clean or whatever. Or we don't clean it good. That's hilarious. I love that. It's true, I think. It's smart. The ones that do that is smart, you know. It's a smart strategy for sure. Aw. Aw. That's so sweet, Star. Thank you. That's what Nick said when he came in here. He's like, this is soothing. I was like, oh gosh, I hope I'm not trying to put him to sleep or something. And Minnie says, my husband thinks things are military clean, but he forgets I was raised Marine, not Air Force. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my grandpa was in the Navy, and so like my mom was a complete neat freak. Like she was, I mean, to the point where I'm like, Mom, I'm gonna pass out from the amount of bleach in here. Like you gotta chill out, you know. But you know, it's a good thing because it's good to, you know, and that's the thing too. Like the Proud Feet house was very, very thank you, Minnie, was very, very clean, you know, and military style clean. I'm guessing with 2 military people living there. The yard was impeccable. I mean, you know, and that's the reason why I didn't think anything about not having any toys in the yard because I just figured, you know, they kept it really clean. And then they just put everything up in the garage or something. But when the neighbors were saying, hey, we never even saw like football or basketball out there, soccer, none of that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was weird. And Minnie says, my kids had shoes that matched certain outfits. Exactly. Exactly. Or like dress shoes for church, right? Because even boys will need dress shoes for church. If you go to like a formal church, I mean, like, you know, Catholics, we dress up for church. But sometimes there's casual churches where it's okay if you come in like the tennis shoes and stuff. So, but I would think you would have like dress shoes. Um, so that's a good point. That's a good point, Minnie. Minnie says we were shoe freaks though. Still are. Oh, me too. I have way too many pairs of shoes. Like I will admit that as like a flaw. Like it's like, and then I don't even need shoes. But if I go look at shoes, I'll be like, oh, I need those, you know. But I don't. But girls, of course, because yeah, we need shoes to match our outfits. Like if we have a black dress, we need black shoes. If we have like a brown dress, we gotta have, you know, and then no white after, what is it? Labor Day. So, and Forever Nikki's mom says my son has more shoes than I do. Exactly. Well, and that's the thing too, you know, when your kids are little, you usually buy them all the stuff. And then you're like, oh gosh, I think my toe's popping out of my shoe over here. You know, so we found that weird. Jude and I were talking about that. We found it weird that only the 3 shoes Minnie says, yes, I'm jealous of my oldest. Well, and then the cool thing is like when the girls get older, you can share shoes, you know. That's what's kind of nice. And Star says, my son has a scooter with no brakes. He tore through shoes like crazy. Oh yeah. Yeah, and like some kids are really, really hard on shoes, you know, like especially boys if they're out playing all yeah, that's a great point. That if they're playing all the time. And Liza says it's very strange, but that sounds to me like the parents were doing the fighting. You buy this pair, I buy the next. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. They were like alternating who bought like which shoes. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I know like my daughter, she got really into like the expensive like name brand stuff and then like the one year she wanted Birkenstocks and I was like I remember when they used to sell those at Walmart and they were like they look like Birkenstocks, but they weren't. Um, but I ended up getting her a pair of those because that's what she wanted for school. Um, and Chief says, my cousin's son is nonverbal. Oh, okay, autistic. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I'll tell you, I have my good friends grandson is also autistic, but he's a verbal. He's very very intelligent. You know, he's silly. You know, he'll say things. You know that his mom doesn't want him to say, and he knows. You know, he knows it. He is very enamored with car washes, and he's always been enamored with car washes. Like he has his cell phone and he has all of the locations of all the car washes around the area. He just absolutely loves them, and then he'll show me them. Well, of course, I don't live in the area now, but when I did, we loved to look for all the car washes. So, like for example, if he decided to go someplace, that would be the first place I would think we would look would be the car washes, just to see if maybe he wanted to go over there and you know, watch the cars being washed or something like that. So, and Minnie says, I could understand if they are, oh, all weren't well off. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems like Seth made decent money. You know, yeah, that's a great point. Like they all had the means, right? Especially, I don't know. And it's hard, especially like because if I know like for my daughter, she would forget stuff here and there. So, you know, you always kind of want to have a backup of clothes and shoes and stuff. So yeah, three pairs is just I don't know. I don't know. Dreaming says kids are growing fast and shoe sizes change fast. True. Yeah, they do. They really do. And that's the thing too, especially like with boys. That's why I was like, well, I mean, it's possible that they wanted to wait until especially because figuring in February and then you got March, April, May, and then it starts getting warm enough for like sandals, flip-flops, things like that. So, I mean, it definitely makes sense. That part definitely makes sense. And Chief says, and will throw a tantrum about going outside without shoes. Yeah, I mean, and he didn't like to go outside without any shoes on, according to Seth. And then Katie said that when he did go outside to take the trash out, that he would wear his socks only. But see, that's still not barefoot. He still had something protecting his feet. And Margaret says, and now Katie has an attorney. They have messed up so many times, no one can trust them. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're pooping their pants. I really do. And I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they're just fine and dandy, but I think they are pooping themselves because because there's just so much information that's coming out now and then with the CPS reports and then they tried to make themselves look good with those 4 photos, but then at night releases the actual footage. And so that kind of went back and forth in a bit of a tit for tat fashion, but in the same way, um, you know, they initiate a lot of this stuff. And then also we find out that they're behind the scenes feeding information to different, you know, creators that they've cherry picked. Um, yeah. So It's getting heavy out here. Yeah, and Forever Nikki's mom says, dreaming it seems that all I do is buy clothes and shoes for both boys. They do grow fast. Yeah. Well, and sometimes they'll be playing their and their shoes get all yucky and stuff like that. Little boys love to play in the dirt and stuff like that, where little girls are a little bit more dainty with their stuff, or my daughter was anyway. She's real girly like me, so and Liza says, I just don't believe the story of the happy co-parenting play. No way. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's another great point, Liza, because um, if we're to believe that everything was so great behind the scenes, um, with them co-parenting, just for example, um, they all kind of said that in the beginning, but then we realized, and then also it was said that Chris and Seth were doing most of the talking, whereas Seth and Katie weren't communicating as much with each other. It was more so. And then they said that they were trying to convince Katie that it would be best for Sebastian to go live with Seth, which is also curious, because I mean, that would speak to the dynamic and what was going on. So, great point. And Forever Nikki's mom says, Liza, not sure I believe it either. Yeah, see, it's hard to believe, guys. It is hard to believe. And Star says, Chief, my granddaughter struggles with saying words. We were told she's not autistic and does not have hearing problems, but by two sources. She can write out the alphabet though. Oh, that's wonderful, Star. Yeah, and see, girls statistically are diagnosed late with autism and like the ADHD and things like that. I know there are some studies that I've read where they're actually misdiagnosed or not diagnosed until later on. But she might just need like speech therapy or something like that too. So you never know, but I know that is one thing, and I don't know why that is. I don't really understand it, but and Dreaming says, yes, Forever Nikki's mom, I believe it. And Hey Jude says, Star, a lot of colleges have speech therapy. Yeah, it depends on how affordable. Good point. Yeah, Jude. Yeah. And then Forever Nikki's mom says, Star, my son has speech problems also, and speech therapy is awesome. Good, guys. Liza, I find it difficult to believe too. Star says, admittedly, a child's disappearance can cause issues, but they're broke down so fast. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you, Margaret. Yes, happy birthday to all the birthday people in here. You guys have a birthday, let us know. You don't want me to sing, but I will wish you a happy birthday. And Minnie says, aw, Star. Hey, Jude, she's 5. And as a non-custodial person, I can only do so much. Oh, yeah, Star, that is true. That is true. She is so adorable. Oh my gosh, that's all I gotta say. And Minnie says, I have a nephew who's in his 30s now, but he's had 2 heart transplants. Oh my. And somehow he had a speech impairment. He still has a lisp. Oh, yeah. My daughter had a lisp when she was little, and it pretty much, well, I think she was about 5 when it kind of went away. Because she doesn't have it now, but she did when she was little, and they were cute. Like it was cute, I thought. But she didn't have to go to speech. She just kind of grew out of it. And He Jude says, fellow mods, please reach out to Lady Freedom for my contact info if you want. Sometimes it's necessary to message each other. Oh, yes, we need to do mod chat for sure. For sure. Oh, happy married couples day. If you have an anniversary out there, let us know. Autumn, hey girl. Hey Autumn. That's so cute. Margaret, that's so cute. I'm telling you, it's rare today. The people that are married, my hats are off. For real, it really is. Forever Nikki's mom says thank you at Hey Jude. That is a great idea. And welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Margaret, I made you a mod. Thank you, Hey Jude. Thank you. Hey Jude just reads my mind. She's so good. And Autumn says my hubby had forgot how to get out of the recliner. Oh no. That's hilarious. Mini pine sol. You're funny. Yay, I'm a mod. Yay. I'm glad, Margaret. I'm glad. Autumn, Susan, but not just as any, but not just any black shoes. Minnie says, and Margaret says I have 3 pairs of shoes. Margaret, oh, I'd have to send you some more shoes, girl. What size do you wear? I got like way too many. I got way too many shoes. And now like it's hard because I don't think I'll wear like my boots and stuff that I'm here. Maybe a little bit, but I have a lot of boots and stuff from, the colder weather climate. And Star says, OMG, it's funny you mentioned Bleach Lady to make money after my son was born. I cleaned for a family that let me bring. Aw, they let you bring him. Oh, that's cool. The woman wanted me to wash her dishes with bleach. Oh my goodness. No, my mom would just like do it on the countertops and like it would just be so like, pungent of a smell. And I'm like, okay, we don't have to use that much, because you'd come in and you're like, I'm gonna pass out and get a contact high from the bleach. I'm like, Hey Jude says, okay, you should have a blue wrench now, Margaret. Yay. Yay, that's so awesome. And Minnie says, Star, I used to wash my dishes with bleach too. Learned it working in the restaurant. Yeah, see, that's what it was. My mom worked in a restaurant. And so she was like obsessed with bleach. Chief says, Star, I understand that maybe depending on her age, maybe she hasn't developed pronouncing words early than others, and maybe her vocal cords didn't develop the right way, just saying. Oh, okay, that's interesting, Chief. That's really interesting. Minnie, I get it, but bleach is strong. Doing that made me worry. Yeah, well, and for your skin too, like it really dries your skin out a lot, a lot. Welcome to the Mod Squad, Margaret. Yay! And Minnie says Star, she's probably a clean freak. Y'all, and then Margaret says, y'all are sweet. Aw. And Liza says, my husband taught me how to clean, but he forgets where the hamper is. I firmly believe he loves to listen to my complaining voice. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They say they don't, but then, they summon the voice. Yes, you are too, Margaret. And Margaret looking good in blue, looking good in blue. Says dreaming. Oh, your favorite color is blue, Margaret? That's awesome. That is awesome. Damper. I swear, a little hamper. And Minnie had Minnie, I had to iron her husband's jeans with a front crease. Yeah, oh my gosh. So my mom was obsessed with the ironing of the jeans in a front crease. I'm not lying, guys. Like she was so like if I went anywhere with a wrinkle at all, one wrinkle, she'd be like, "You look like a slob." Like she did not play. She did not play. And Lisa says, "Sorry, I'm not doing well multitasking." No, you're fine, Liza. You're fine. You're fine. That's what I said. I thought it was hamper. Yeah, I thought it was hamper. That's funny. No man can find the hamper. Nope. It just goes right next to him. Right next to the hamper on the floor, on the floor. And Liza says mine is the same way. he can be 6 inches away from it and still drop on the floor. And Minnie says, girl, you shouldn't have. Oh, I know on the East Coast, yes. Starched and ironed. Yeah, my mom, and then my mom would like iron her curtains and stuff. Like she was so hardcore. I'm like, I don't like it messy or like anything. I like it clean, but like she was extreme. Autumn, I don't like that. Or I don't think he made it home from the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, I don't think he did either, and I really thought he did at first, and then now that I saw the Texas Roadhouse video, I'm like, maybe he didn't. You know, yeah, it's a scary thought. Liza says you're absolutely fine. Liza, you're absolutely fine. The number of typos. Oh gosh, I'm so bad too when I'm in chat, guys. That's why I don't write anything in the chat, because I'd have to take my phone down and stuff like that. And all right, guys, I'm gonna play this next clip for you guys. I think we're on number 4. And we're just kind of going in a deep dive on these stingrays. So, number 4.
Now, nobody keeps track of you if you're a crane operator in that environment. Yes, maybe if you're working oil rigs or you're working in some other situation where what you're doing, you're currently working, you can't just walk off the job, right? But did he go home that night? Law enforcement hasn't said that as far as I know. Not law enforcement.
I want to just talk a couple of minutes about what I've learned in the last couple of years about this stuff. So the Stingray is the trade name for a generic device known as an IMSI catcher, IMSI catcher. And these have been around for about 15 to 20 years. They came out of Germany and the UK, and in fact, there was a long patent lawsuit between several German and British company over who owned the patent for this. And last year, or 2 years ago, the British Appeals Court ruled that actually this was not original enough to even be deserving of a patent. Originally, this technology was used in the intelligence and military space, and to a large extent, it still is used a lot there. Although Harris has really captured the U.S. law enforcement market, the U.S. military uses similar technology made by Boeing and Selexion, a British company. And in fact, there are lots of other governments around the world who are using this stuff too. We've known that law enforcement have been using technology like this for about 15 years. As I mentioned this morning, Kevin Mitnick was caught using one of these devices. As I understand it, the device was actually on loan from Bell South, who at the time was concerned about people cloning analog phones to make free calls. These devices have traditionally been very expensive, around $60,000 a pop, although Harris's latest product in the Stingray family costs $170,000. Local and state law enforcement agencies have been buying these in the last few years, largely through DHS grants, as I understand it. And so I've been trying to learn as much as I can. I've gotten the price lists, I've gotten some of the sales literature describing what these things are and who's buying them. I've struck out with a lot of the law enforcement people, but where I got some really interesting stuff was through the FCC. So it's important to note that because these devices broadcast as cell towers, and because they're using the same spectrum that the cell phone companies have paid for, and paid for, it's extremely expensive spectrum that is auctioned off by the FCC, it's not entirely clear whether you can just set one of these things up and use it. And I know that Alan will talk about this a little bit more. When I filed a FOIA with the FCC, I found out that local and state law enforcement agencies actually request permission of the FCC before they use these things. Every local law enforcement agency that I found that has requested permission to use these things all had the exact same text in their letters, which suggests that it was probably provided by Harris as like the process of issuing these things. And so the FCC is playing a role. The FCC knows that this technology exists, and they license the Harris device, when Harris makes a new model, they submit it for FCC testing. The FCC is giving them some kind of like device ID to show that it doesn't unduly interfere with the communications network. And so the FCC knows what's going on. It's also, I think, really critical to understand that the Stingray, because it emulates a cell tower and tricks people's phones into talking to the gear, is essentially exploiting a security vulnerability in the cell phone system. And for those of you who aren't aware, there's a debate going on right now in Washington, largely via scholars, over whether there should be expanded law enforcement intercept capabilities for things like Skype or Gmail or other modern communication services. And there is a school of thought that suggests that, or that believes that new legally compelled interception backdoors are a bad thing. And so a group of scholars, including Matt Blaze, Susan Landau, and Steve Bellevin, have said it's better for the government to hack into people's equipment and people's computers than it is to force Google or Skype or Facebook to put in new intercept capabilities into their products. Well, if you think of the services that AT&T and Verizon provide when they provide a wiretap, a CALIA required wiretap, if you think of that as a legally compelled backdoor, then the use of a Stingray is akin to the government hacking into your phone. They are taking advantage of the security vulnerability in the phone, or a flaw in the design of the phone system, which is that phones will respond to any tower that advertises itself as a tower of that person's phone carrier. And there's no way to really fix this. Even if you have the latest and greatest cell phone in your pocket, whether you have an iPhone 5 or the Google Galaxy Nexus, whatever, even if you have a 4G phone, your phone still talks 2G. Your phone is backward compatible because you may drive to West Virginia and go and see your family, or you may go camping. And so even though the 3G and 4G protocols are secure and have authentication and have encryption and have all these bells and whistles, what the government does is they jam 3G and 4G and they force your phone to go back to this crappy, insecure 2G standard, and then suddenly your phone is talking to the government device.
Okay, guys, so welcome in, Meganels. Welcome in, everyone. Yes, very mysterious in the Alabama case, Margaret. I believe that 2-star. Yes. I think it's so cute that you guys were tomboys. And at Holly S., nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome, everyone coming in. Welcome, everyone coming in. And I did check my email, or I sent you a message on the messenger this time, Jude. I'm sorry. I am a pain in the butt. I'm like all over the place with this. Talk about technology. I'm like all over the place because I finally linked my Facebook to my Lady Freedoms one. So I'm sorry. But yes, I have a link for, should be, I put it in the description this time, which I try to be really good about that this time. So guys, Bell South, that was the old telephone company, and they started using this technology. I found it to be really interesting because they didn't want people cloning the analog phones and making free phone calls on them. So they decided to like implement this technology. Now it costs upwards of 11 years ago it was $170K. But now we see from the last clip that I played that they are spending somewhere around $250,000 on these technologies. And what they do is they can access your content like through Google, Skype, Facebook, Snapchat, all of these social media sites, and then they can gather data that way too. So it's very, especially when we're thinking of how much Chris liked to go on. Thank you. Hey, Jude, you're the best. Thank you. And like how he would go on his Facebook and then Facebook Messenger and talk to people and things like that. So if he was using any type of app to communicate, this could be taken in by the Stingray or this technology used by the law enforcement officers to track what he was doing, his conversations, all of that kind of stuff. Show Poodles, good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. And so basically, you know, and this guy, Christopher is his name too. He is, you know, one of the people that works for ACLU. So they are lawyers that basically work for people who don't have the means, and then they're also very much into human rights and different things like that. So he's very adamant about the privacy issue, and that's where the controversy is always going to come in, because as we were talking about before, these the government hackers are preying on the security vulnerability of our phones, because our phones will respond to any kind of um, signal that's kind of mirroring that cell tower, right? So instead of the data going to the cell tower, it's pulling it straight into the Stingray technology, otherwise known as the geofencing, what Jen Coffendorfer was speaking of. And what it does is it turns our phones to the 2G, 4G, and that's what allows this backward capability is what allows the phones to jam up, and and now we have 5G, and then the phones are communicating directly with law enforcement or the government or whoever is essentially hacking into the system, into your phone. And it's something that, like I said before, Jen is very convinced that this technology was used, whether it was through the FBI, whether it was Secret Service, any of those entities, even local law enforcement uses this technology and pays for it with grants that are provided through the government. And the FCC is very aware of this, and that sort of thing. So it's very interesting. And it can really show a lot of data. And so I'm really curious to see what was found. And then of course Chris admits that his truck was, because the trucks are all digital and things like that, so his truck was definitely scooped up in this net of geofencing. So let me go ahead and play this next clip for us. We're on 5.
So it's important to understand that the government, through this technology, is in fact exploiting a vulnerability in the phone system. It's also important to understand that the government doesn't have a monopoly over the use of Stingray hardware, right? So if I'm Joe, the average citizen, and I call up AT&T and I say, I would really like it if you wiretapped Alan's phone, AT&T's lawyers would tell me to get lost, right? The government has a monopoly over lawful interception. Foreign governments cannot call up AT&T and say, we would really like it if you intercepted Alan's phone calls. They will also be told to get lost. But when it comes to exploiting security vulnerabilities in the phone system, anyone who wants to do it can do it. Even if it's illegal, effectively, anyone can do it. And so although the Stingrays and the similar devices were originally sold by Western surveillance companies in Germany, in the UK, and the US, there's now a global market for this stuff. And there are Israeli companies and Spanish companies and French companies and Chinese and Indian and Russian who sell it to basically anyone who shows up. And so what this means then is that our phones, individuals' phones, businesses' phones, the phones of government officials, are all vulnerable to the security flaws that the Stingray takes advantage of. The FCC knows about these flaws because they are licensing the Stingray and they are permitting local law enforcement agencies to use the Stingray, and the FCC isn't doing anything to fix the vulnerabilities because they're sort of in on the scheme. I've called up several companies in the Beltway area who sell or resell these devices, and I call them up on the phone. I say, hi, my name is Chris Segoyan. I work for the ACLU. I'm calling about this device that you sell. I'm fascinated by it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't think they get many phone calls. Some of them are in Chantilly, Virginia. A bunch are also in Fayetteville, North Carolina, which is where Special Forces and Fort Bragg are. And so I've called these folks, and on multiple occasions I've had 30 to 45-minute phone calls with people about this technology. They are quite happy to answer questions, but at the end of every phone call, they all let me know that they will have to notify the people at NSA about the telephone call, and if I want to talk to them again, NSA will have to approve it. I just think it's interesting to flag the fact that this is a technology that NSA seems to be coordinating the use of in some way, and NSA is definitely in communication with every vendor of this equipment. Oh, and the last thing I'll say is, although companies sell this around the world to governments, and although the Chinese government can buy this and the Indian government can buy this, there's also been this really interesting change in the last couple of years, which is you can now build one of these devices for about $1,000 using open source hardware. And in fact, people have demonstrated this at Black Hat and DEF CON. And in fact, last summer, I organized a demo for congressional staff, for staff working for 3 members of Congress. And we did a live demo of interception of voice and text messages in a House hearing room, and scared the bejesus out of the staff assembled. If you are comfortable with your own government using this, and you are comfortable with the risk of a foreign government using this, even because it means that our government can still keep using this against the bad guys, it may, even if those things are okay, it may be time to evaluate the status quo when any hacker or identity thief or private investigator can build one of these things and park it outside of a Silicon Valley office or a bank or a law firm and intercept calls. But the age of low-cost stingrays is looming on the horizon, and I don't think law enforcement have fully woken up to what's coming soon. Thank you.
I have a cell site simulator, and we do use it.
Wake Sheriff Donnie Harrison is the only current law enforcement officer we could find here or elsewhere willing to talk even a little about the device and how it's used.
It's a very useful tool that we use, not only for the bad guys, but for looking people that are lost, looking people that say they're going to commit suicide. Sometimes we have used them for children that's missing that have phones. And basically that's all about all I'm going to say about it.
Harrison told us Wake County has had a cell site simulator since 2008. He insists they're always within the law and always get a warrant first. But there's very little public documentation of those warrants or of the use of stingrays in general here or in any of the cities in which we looked.
But no, we don't like to talk about it. You know, when a general goes in battle, he doesn't give out his battle plans.
It's the classic question, safety or privacy? Law enforcement will tell you these things get bad guys off the street and help good people out in the meantime. Critics say we just don't know, and we don't, by design.
As long as we do it lawfully, I don't care what people say. My job is to keep people safe.
Okay, guys, so that sheriff was funny, Donnie Harrison. So basically, in that clip, the guy from the ACLU, Chris from the ACLU, says anyone can use the Stingray technology. It is not something that only the government can use. And I found that to be really interesting. And now the whole basis for this is wiretapping and lawful interception. So in order for there to be lawful, right, lawful, quote, interception of these calls, text, data, content, all of this stuff, there has to be a search warrant, right? There's got to be a warrant. This does fall under the umbrella of the Fourth Amendment searches. And so a judge has to sign off on this this technology, unless someone is using, I mean, if it's being used by law enforcement. So the FCC permits the use of this by law enforcement. Special forces, obviously, they're probably the ones that have been using it for the longest because it was military technology to start with. And then, you know, it's regulated too by the NSA. You can build one, like he said, and now this was 11 years ago, but they were building these Stingrays, homemade devices for about $1,000 with just open source hardware. So they would find these different pieces of hardware, and then they would build up these this technology where they could actually essentially bug you. You know, it's like the old bugs where you know, they'd have to actually go in the house and hide a little bug. Well, they don't need to do that anymore. They just sit outside with a van and a Stingray, or otherwise known as the cell site simulator, which drives every bit of information besides the actual calls to this location, to the cell site simulator, right? Cellular site. Now he talked about, which I thought was hilarious, in just kind of a ha funny way, that he did a live demo with 3 members of Congress and showed them live how he was able to intercept their voice and text right there. And I'm sure, they were pooping themselves, because, he had access to all of their information, all of their conversations. When you're not expecting that, it can be a little evasive, I'd imagine. And good to see you reach for the sky. Hey Lolo, nice to see you. Nice to see you. And now Sheriff Donnie Harrison, he's the guy that we heard from at the end of the video. He says that they use it not only for the bad guys, right? So if they're looking for people who are, for instance, running rugs or something like that, or if they're robbing banks, things like that, they use this technology. A second reason is for high-risk individuals, so people who are threatening to harm themselves, they can plug the phone number in, do the geofence, and find these individuals hopefully before they do something to harm themselves or others. And then 3, they use it for missing persons. So if the person has a cell phone with them, they can geofence the location and see where this person is based on their cell phone. So really, really interesting stuff. They do not like to talk about it. Because, well, for one, as we talked about earlier in the live, the company that provides this technology has a very certain set of rules, like NDAs, that are involved when you purchase this. It is within the purchase agreement that you are only allowed to use this in certain ways, and also that you cannot disclose certain information about what you're gathering and the use of it, things like that. I don't know the specific terms, but they are, from the sounds of it and from my understanding, quite rigid in the way that it's supposed to be hush hush. And he also mentions that he doesn't want to show his cards. Now, this could be a reason that translates over to the Sebastian Rogers case, that yes, they do have this information because they are using these technologies to retrieve this information, but they're not going to share it with us. For one, they may have this non-disclosure agreement through the company they purchased it through, and or they don't want to show all of their cards. And, for lack of a better way to say it, they don't want to give up their sources and the information that they've found. So it's all very interesting. And welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. No, you're not late. Reach for the sky. You guys are wizards. You arrive exactly when you mean to. And Lila says they have Alexa in our phones to do that, don't they? Yeah, absolutely, Lola. We were talking about that on the a previous live, that when Alexa's gathering information and it can hear you, so it's responding back, so it's gathering that information. Where it's stored is within the apps and things like that. When you go in there into an app, it'll say, do you want to allow the app to track you and things like that. You can hit yes or no. But in these terms, when they're using this technology, the government or law enforcement, or even Joe Blow off the street, whoever is using this technology, is able to intercept the data. So straight from your phone, because it's acting like a cell tower, and it doesn't act exactly like a cell tower, but your phone recognizes it as the cell tower, and that's why it's driving everything to the Stingray, or the cell signal simulator, my bad. Yeah, it's good to see all of you guys. Lolo, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Reach for the sky. Show poodles. And Shopoodle says, and all of this technology is why I think this case should be solved already. Just my opinion. That's a great opinion. That's a great point. Hey, Poppy Love. And that's a great point. You would think with all of this technology, if we're spying on people, we'd be able to get enough information to build a case, right? In theory, it just looks like that'd be the most logical. So that's a really great point. That's a really great point. No, you're not really late, Poppy. It's fine. You're fine. I'm glad you're here. And Star says, do we know how long it takes for Ellie to obtain the data from this technology? It is instant for my understanding. It's an instant thing. So just just as the cell tower would be getting it, now it's the cell tower simulator that's getting that information, and it's instant, and they have it all. And so, like, say they're doing Victoria Place just for today's purposes, right? Not not saying that this is what happened, but as an example, if they were going to just geofence Victoria Place, they would get everybody's data in Victoria Place. And then they could kind of go through and decipher what they can gather from this information. But it's instant, just as if they were going to do a cell tower drop. Like they have been. Like, that's one technology that they've used, for a really long time to crack these cases. Just if they did a cell tower dump, it's the same thing of doing the cell simulator dump. It just dumps all that data right in there, and they can see it all. And now that's where the controversy comes in, because even people who have nothing to do with it, just, the proud, for lack of a better way to say it, for all intents and purposes here, allegedly it would be the Proud Feet's neighbors that all of their data would be dumped too. So if there was a van sitting down in the construction area, say, and it's acting as that cell simulator, it's going to drive everybody's data over there, even people who have nothing to do with this case at all, or anything criminally to do with the case, because that's the whole radius that they're actually pulling from, using the geofencing. But like I said, they could go up to 100-mile radius. But of course, then you have all of these people's data, and then you have to pick through all of it. But they can also pinpoint through someone's phone number. So if as an example, if they had Chris and Katie's phone number, if they have even Seth's phone number, they could go ahead and plug that in as a target, and then find out, just even to the room that he is in, they can find exactly, and they can pull the serial numbers too. So if they are using burner phones, that would be another way that they would be able to figure that out, because they'd say, well, what are these other random numbers here, kind of a thing, that's in their home, or in the vehicle, or whatever they're trying to do in that location. And as Chris admitted, that his truck fell into that web, which I would love to know what they found. You know what I mean? It's very I'm very curious. And Shopoodle says they started rounding up people from a certain event in 2021 within days using geofencing, in my opinion. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's how they were able to be pinpointed. Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a little while, like Star said. It is it's instant, but then going through all of the data is what takes a little bit of time to decipher, like who's who, what they're looking for exactly. And then, like how Jen was saying, if there's no foreign phones or any activity in there that is foreign to that area, that shouldn't, like, by anybody that shouldn't already be in the area, that's a huge indicator too, because that means that somebody in that immediate area may have been responsible in that regard as well, especially because we haven't seen Sebastian on camera. Hey Jude says, Lolo, I'll mod you if you would leave a comment on the last live for me. Thank you, love. Okay, yeah, mod up Lolo. And Star says, wow. So in my opinion, a ball got dropped somewhere intentionally or otherwise. I mean, that's a good point. It could have, it very well could have. I feel like a lot of balls have been dropped, just in the proverbial big ball drop, right? Which is, they really didn't treat this as a crime scene to begin with. But also, yeah, I mean, and we don't know exactly when this geofencing was performed or how many times it was performed or if it's ever stopped being performed. I mean, we don't know if they're still bugged. They might be bugged right now. They're the FBI um could be following their every move using this technology and using other technologies, even the cell phone, even dumping the actual cell phone towers in the area. I mean, they could have did a dump on the Memphis site wherever Proudfoot was staying, whether it was Easy Days or Yogi Bear. They could have done a drop retroactively, so like they could have went back and dropped those towers and then, oh, okay, well, his cell phone didn't ping in this location, so they can tell a whole lot. And then also continue to gather data as even up to present day. And Star says, show poodles, it seems crazy that so many cases drag on with this stuff. Absolutely, it does. It does. And that is just such a great point. Yeah, like how come we haven't had more momentum or at least, some sort of arrest or anything like that? I mean, based on, yeah, if the geofencing was performed, then they should. And Hey Jude said, they said it's hard to get warrants processed with an iPhone too. It is. Well, and this judge, I have some clips with what he says. And, he's only had a couple instances where this has come across his desk. But it's interesting because he explains, and I'll let him explain it better, but it's hard to get these warrants processed. And then also and I don't know if it was because he was on this panel and he was kind of afraid to admit that he would just, stroke of a pen, sure, here's your warrant. But I mean, I have to say, in my opinion, I think it does happen where the judge sees that they need this and they need it now, and he just stroke of a pen, boom, it's gone. And now, Bob's your uncle, you got the warrant to perform this. And Show Poodle says, I threw my iPad in the garbage at my business by accident. My app took me straight to it from my house later that night. Oh my gosh, yeah. See, and that's the thing, like it's just all interlinked. So I mean, that's a great point. Even if they were using other devices, this technology can pull data and content and conversations, all of that from the different devices. So even her watch, guys, like Minnie was saying earlier, she might not have the capability, or she may not have it connected to her phone, or maybe it was off, or I suggested it could have been that it needed to be charged or something like that. So and also Minnie said that there's capabilities where you can have it not link up to your phone at all. So there's that too, but all of those devices would be vulnerable to this technology. So that's a great point. Thank you for that too. And Liza says, I don't like it. I still believe that the government should be out of my business, right, Liza? See, this is the controversy. And that's why I wanted to leave a little bit in there with the guy from the ACLU, because he's like super smart, but you can tell he's done his research, right? He's called he cold called places. He asked the questions. They're like, we're going to flag you, by the way, if you try to call us again, but here's the information. It's very high tech, like spy government hacker, very interesting. And like you said, you don't want, most people, and I think most of us don't want the government watching, or Big Brother, as Minnie says. And Star says, yet my smartwatch can't locate my phone from 2 feet away. And that's the thing too, that's a great point. Even technology has its glitches and isn't perfect. But yeah, for somehow, I know that's funny. Good call. Good call, Star. And Poppy Love says, what did that exactly mean that there was just CP's truck allegedly and just one other car during that night, in my opinion? Yeah, I find it interesting. Well, we know that there were a few, or there were two cars, right? Yeah. So, um, CP's truck was found under the umbrella or in the net of this geo fencing technique that they use. But also, we had the Uber driver that came around 5 a.m., I believe, and, the trash truck and things like that. So I think it might have just been also because Chris's truck has, it's a newer truck. I think he said 2017. So it does have, all the computerized technology, not the most up to date, but it still has a lot of the computer capabilities that the newer vehicles have versus, something from like 2000 and below or something like that. And Hey Jude says I've had tracking devices on all my stuff, including the TV remote. Oh my goodness. Well, and it's strange because we don't realize how many things can actually track us, but they can. And then anytime we allow the apps to do it, they can also track. So it's very interesting. And they use Bluetooth, they use the satellite, they use the Wi-Fi, the cell towers. I mean, all of these different avenues of collecting that data. And Star says, right, Liza, the illusion of privacy. It is, it is. And then you got Siri over there. Yes, at Poppy, they have questions about that also. Yes. And Hey Jude says, Poppy Love, in my opinion, Chris's truck was in the neighborhood around 3 a.m. That is what I'm thinking because he was so angry, guys. And I have the clip. I'm going to show it later. But he was like really upset that they were speculating on that. And he admitted that it was definitely, it was geofenced. We'll just put it that way. And Hey Jude says, based on what I know about geofencing warrants. Yeah. Well, and it says, they're going to go a little bit into it with that judge that's on panel, which is really interesting because, it's coming from someone who's dealing with them, who signs off on them. So I just really wanted to kind of put his perspective into it. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. And Sandy says, hey, everyone, I'm going to be listening in the bushes. I'm reviewing the Nick the Hat satellite photos on my computer. Ooh, I didn't know he released those. I didn't know Nick released those. Sandy, you're awesome. I meant to email you something funny last night, and I'll have to email it to you, and you're going to laugh your butt off. And Show Poodles. And Show Poodle says, this is all above my pay grade, but I agree. Privacy, it's above mine too. That's why I took a night off last night because I was like, I need to really kind of try to understand all this before I present it to you guys and then try to help explain it or just conversate about it because it is very high tech and it's also, there's just a lot of different moving parts to it from the legal aspects of it. Does it hold up in court? And that's what I was really nervous about when they're talking about the lawful interception, because I would hate for a good defense attorney to get this and suppress this as evidence and in the grand scheme of things, right? So we got to really hope that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed in the warrant in obtaining this lawful interception of this data. So it's very interesting, and I wanted to, include that. Although I know it's not always the most interesting, but in this case, I think it's so important because we don't want that evidence to be suppressed. Whatever it is they did find, I think it could be really important to solving this. And Hey Jude says, I have to head to bed. Good night. Good night, Hey Jude. Thank you, hon. You sleep well. Thank you so much for all you do. You're amazing. You're amazing. Hey, Sandy. Oh, his little Sebastian. I wish I could see it. I wish I could see it. I'm going to work on some more custom emojis too. And Star says, Hey Jude, sweet dreams, love. And show poodles, definitely intrusive. It really is. We're going to go a little bit further into it and just on how intrusive it actually is. And it's interesting. It's like I said, I believe in the controversy side of it. Because I mean, obviously if I didn't have anything to do with anything, but I still don't want like, um, like my daughter texts me, personal things and stuff like that. I would hate for the government to like be hacking into that or, heaven forbid, so, saucy pictures and the government's like, hey, we just retrieved, saucy pictures over here and things like that. So it's definitely something to consider. Especially when it comes to, privacy, our amendment rights, things like that that we're afforded as, American citizens. I think it's definitely something to think and talk about, especially because this Yale interview was 11 years ago, guys. And then the news clip, one of them was from 7 years, and the newest one that I included today was from 3 years ago. So, this technology has been around for a long time, long time, and they've been able to perfect it. And then also, really smart hackers have been able to duplicate these stingrays for really cheap, so because they just find hardware and build them up themselves because they're really smart. But and Liza says, still a 15-year-old running away without his phone, shoes, money, food. Oh, I know, Liza. I agree. I agree. And the thing is that if he would have taken his phone, say, if he would have had his phone, this technology would have been able to pinpoint where he is just based on, you know, eh, the cell tower data at the very least. But then if they were able to do something like this, the geofencing, it could absolutely locate a missing person. And see, that's why the sheriff was like, hey, I don't care what people think of it. I'm just here, I'm in the business of keeping people safe. I'm not really worried about whether people like it or not, which I found to be really interesting and funny on his part. Because I like to hear that. I like to hear a sheriff who wants people to be safe and who is proud of keeping his community safe. And Liza says, I thought his truck was a 2020. So much info. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it is newer. I know it was at least a 2017, 18. And dang, I was just watching the Nancy Grace, and that's when he says it. Um, but I didn't put that part in. I just put in what he said about him not being in the neighborhood. But I'll show that one later. And Star says he played chess so well, but took nothing allegedly. I don't buy it. I know, exactly. And that's a strategy. That's a strategy game, So you would think his mind working strategically would have created that need for the things that he likes, just normally. Oh boy, Mr. Beagle. And Shopoodle says, I think Truth knows something he is uncomfortable having knowledge of. I really wish that he would have elaborated a little bit more myself, Shopoodles. I do. I think that he did a good thing by at least pulling it into everyone's I mean, I guess we were all aware of it, so I can't say pulling it into our awareness, but just kind of like speaking out about his feelings definitely helped strike up a more rigorous conversation about this subject. So hats off to Truth for that. And Showpoodle says, I agree. He was not having it, in my opinion. Yeah, Star. Great point. That's a great point. Sandy says, does your email have to do with a shim? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. the plan, becoming one with the ship. Yes, Sandy, you nailed it. Oh my goodness. And Pappy Love says allegedly there was also something upsetting about people talking about KP driving to school looking for Sebastian that morning, which wasn't anything new, I thought. So why do angry recently? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too, Poppy, because the thing is that Katie did drive up to the school, and apparently she was caught on a surveillance camera from the school, and she added that detail in later on in the story. She did not add that in until the Chronicles of Olivia interview, and where she tells Olivia, I drove up, I ran outside, looked around, drove up to the school, blah blah blah. She tells all of that. A cell tower dump would have been able to show where Katie had gone if she brought her cell phone with her that morning. If she left it at the house, though, it would have been, tracked right back to the home on Stafford. So couponing. Good to see you. And Megan L says, at Show Poodles, I agree with you. I do know that Truth is a very smart man, even though those he hangs out with don't view him as such, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he is too. I think he is really smart. And as a new creator, it's so hard because, when other people promote you, you're just so grateful. And this is just coming from like my personal experience. You're just so grateful, and you remember that, right? If you're a person who is appreciative of others and their kindness. And so it can be a really, sticky situation when you don't agree with what they're putting out, and you want to kind of say what you want and your piece and your truth, and be true to who you are. That's one thing about pleasing everybody, is you can't please everybody and stay true to yourself. You just really can't. So that's a great point, Megan Els. I agree. And Star says, if the government reads my first texts were on lists because of our dark humor. Oh my god. Yeah, right. Well, and see, that's the thing. And it's like, that makes me think, Star, thank you for bringing that up. Like, that makes me think of like certain books. So like, back in the day when we'd have to get all of our information from the library, if you went to the library and you checked out certain books, on certain things, you were put on a government watch list, because they want to know, like, when people are reading books like, example off the top of my head, Mein Kampf by, Hitler. When you're reading those types of materials, the government puts you on a watch list, and you're flagged. You know, so great. That's a great point. Yeah. I don't know, some of my dark humor and just some of some of the silly stuff I say, I want them intercepting that. And Megan L says, I think they forgot about the sneakers till Seth showed up and saw his sneakers. Oh my gosh, Megan L's right. It's like, because in Smiley did a video on there, or maybe it was one of her lives that I was watching on a replay, but like, the shoes are sitting back there, all of his shoes by the door, and just as neat as they would be as if he was, in his bedroom. And so, that's just so eerie. And then for Seth to have to see that, it's like, oh man. But yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I do. Oh, KP was the 2017. Thank you, Show Poodles. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh, because I knew 17 was sticking out to me, but I couldn't remember. And then I remember like Chris being like, I don't know what my truck is. And I'm like, what guy doesn't know what their truck is? They're usually like super proud. Okay, Megan L says 2020. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. And Megan L's Star says, Megan L's, yes. Why try to distract him when he got there? I know. And like putting the phone in his face, like, look at Sebastian. He was fine. He was having a good day, stuff like that. definitely weird. Definitely. Show Poodle says he told Nancy Grace it was a 2021, lied in my opinion. Oh my gosh, like that's what I mean when, thank you for bringing that up. So that's what I mean when he lies about the silliest things, that like, just to lie almost or something, because it's like, why wouldn't you just tell her what year your vehicle is? Big deal. Like, I mean, it is Nancy Grace though. She's that woman. She can see right through the BS. And Megan L says, I'm 1 million or 100,000% positive that if Truth knows more, he's already told. Yeah, I would love to pick his brain about that. Like, can I interview you on what you interviewed them about in private? But I wouldn't want to stir the pot more, because I think it kind of got stirred to, yeah. So, and couponing says, show Poodles, I agree about ET. Star says, I'm still stuck on the man card riddle. What even could that implicate? The man card. Oh, when they were talking to Star, are you talking about when they were like, don't play the man card or whatever? I think they were just talking about like, I don't know. There is kind of, before I speculate, there is kind of a couple of different scenarios or situations that would fit. So yeah, that's, I'm gonna be thinking about that one. The man card. I'm gonna write that one down. Man card. And Megan L says, Star, I believe the man card was saying, don't lie and make out. Yeah, because I will. Yeah, like it's almost like the mano y mano. Like, yeah, Megan L's, that's kind of how I was taking it too, but I was like, I don't know. But yeah, it was like, if you want me to play my man card, I'll play like guy code or man code or something. Like girl code would be, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Hey Karen, good to see you. Karen says, I thought you said man parts. Oh, you're welcome, couponing. Thank you. Thank you for being here. He said, Karen. Trishy, hey. I'm so glad to see you, girl. I hope you're doing well today. And Star says, Karen, hi. Oh my gosh, I read things wrong that time. Or read things wrong all the time. That's funny. Karen says, if the mafia ever read mine, I'm in trouble. Nice. Karen. I know. Well, we think about it. We're like, well, I didn't do any crimes. It's not, but then you're like, oh yeah, but I mean, if they just see anything, like, it is our privacy. So it's kind of very intrusive, definitely. And Megan L says, I really enjoy Truth when he does his shows by himself. I won't watch if he has other creators on his panel. I won't watch them. He does police scanner things, doesn't he, on his channel? I think that's interesting. I think that's cool, because I saw like he was gonna go live and it said like scanner or something. Yeah, it said something about police scanner, and I was like, well, that's neat if he does police scanner. Show Poodle says, I tell FB agent go, oh, good morning when making my first cup of coffee. That's so funny. That's so funny. Star says, Megan Nels, I agree. Yes, but I wish I knew what he was talking about. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and who knows, it could have been, see, and that's why I was like about maybe not speculating on it too quick, because maybe it was like an inside thing where they like had some sort of an agreement beforehand, and they're like, if I ever pull my man card, like that's like the trump card. Like if you guys ever played like spades, I love spades. It's like one of my favorite card games, but because it's just kind of chill and whatever, and plus I'm kind of good at it. But like, yeah, it's one of those things where like if you put your trump card, like the big, the big joker, Maybe that's what they were talking about, the man card, like an inside kind of a thing. And couponing says in the Texas Roadhouse video, KP and SP looked like same color shoes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, yeah, I agree. Their shoes were almost identical, in my opinion. The, thick white sole, the black or blue, dark coloring, darker coloring on them. They were super similar to me, super similar. Couponing, I agree. And Poppy Love says, Mangonels, yeah, I can't take some of them. And E.T. says, Showpedo says, E.T. meant don't make me spill the beans, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, which would be like that Trump card, I guess. It's like, whew, I know. It was getting heated for a minute there, and then I was like, maybe, but just the way that Chris came in super hot, super defensive right off the bat was definitely a red flag. Like, okay, you're upset about the truck being in the area, and if it was only caught in the web of the geofencing because you came home from work that day after Katie let you know that Sebastian was missing, then why would you be upset about it at all? I would get up there and laughingly be like, well, I hate to break it to you guys, but this was when I was home after the fact, not the night before or the night of Sebastian's disappearance, so just the fact that he was so upset is a red flag for sure. Karen says he also said he asked Relief to go home from work on the 26th. No, he didn't. He was a danger to himself and others. They told him to leave. He told nobody at the job about Sebastian, the boy. Good points. All good points, Karen. I thought he said, don't pull my man part. Like, don't yank my chain, but don't pull my man part. You know, that is such a great point, Karen. So quite a few people have talked to Chris's coworkers. Seth's original PIs, Chloe and Heather, talked to them allegedly. So did, let's see, BHB, I think, interviewed. I know Silver's on the Scene did. So a lot of people have spoke with them. I believe even Justin has interviewed or spoke with the coworkers. They said that from all accounts, and this is just alleged by the people who spoke with them, from my knowledge that I've heard them say, and then also there were some texts that Chris didn't tell anybody Sebastian was missing, that Chris was in a real crappy mood, that he's typically a real jerk of a guy to work with and nobody really liked him that much, and also that he left the job early, that he wasn't in the crane when he received the phone call from Katie. I mean, he was caught up in a lot of lies. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Star says I had to unplug my Alexa between having a roommate named Alex. Said roommate telling Alexa I love you, and Alexa waking up with my granddaughter on Bluey. I love Bluey. Bluey's such a cute show. Trishy says, I think the man card comment was kind of like, you really want to fight me on this? In other words, don't threaten me, buddy. Ooh, like a macho, mano y mano. Yeah, Trishy, that's a good point. That is a really good point. And Poppy Love says he said the next day he didn't even know why he said said it. Oh, okay. Well, and he got a lot of flack. Hey, Jill, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Jill says he lied about the truck because he wants people to believe he drives new vehicles, in my opinion. Well, and that's I mean, in my opinion, I think that Chris is a narcissist, and his ego would that would really make sense with him not wanting to bruise his own ego. So I can definitely get on board with that. And Star says, Trisha, you're right. E.T. was challenging CP not to push him, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely like um, a, a good observation. That's a solid observation. And Karen says, my brain and my mouth don't connect to my opinion. Oh, same here. My head was hurting last night. I was like, oh gosh. Guilty of crime. Nice to see you, guilty of crime. Welcome in. Hey girl, shout out. And Megan Nell says, yes, last night he was doing Hendersonville police scanner. It's very interesting. First time for me. Yeah, see, Hendersonville would be a cool place to listen, especially pertaining to this case. And welcome, Jill. Guilty of crime. Where is Sebastian? Hey, the path. Nice to see you. Welcome in. The path says, do we have women cards? I guess maybe we do, because if it's like falls under like girl code or lady code or, yeah, maybe, but I just don't think that we're like as macho wacho as the guys are, thankfully. I'm listening but doing something. Oh, dreaming. Thank you. Margaret says, I have a police scanner and it's almost 50 years old and it was my daddy's and it still works. No kidding. Oh my gosh, Margaret, that's so cool. Oh wow. What do you hear? Do you hear anything cool on there ever or anything interesting? I've listened to the police scanner in Springfield, Missouri, and sometimes it's boring, but then there's been times where I was like, oh, whoa, what's going on? So I like it. I think it's interesting. And Karen says, I'm sorry about what other, I'm sorry about what mother pleads the fifth. Oh, what mother pleads the fifth on her son when her son is missing. If somebody could explain that, it would be wonderful. TikTok, 3 a.m. Do you know where your child is? Karen, very good point. Very, very great point. I don't know. I honestly would be like a basket case and I would want to talk to everybody and I'd be begging them to have me on their panels and shows and just court TV, any of them. Vinny Politan's, like him and the Tangents. I'd want to be on that show. I'd want to be on Nancy Grace. I'd want to be on True Crime Weekly. All of those, or Crime Week. I call them True Crime Weekly, but Crime Weekly. I'd be begging anybody to please interview me, talk to me. Let me tell you about my son. Let me tell you about the night that he went missing. I mean, it's just all very much a red flag. Poppy Love says, lady, can you pull up Sebastian's poster? There's something about the date 2/26/24 being last seen. I wanted to ask about. Oh, which poster? Because I have this one. I have the FBI, like the newest one that they put out, but then I also have like the ones that they've created, other people have created. So, and then I created one too. But you're saying there's something about the date 2/26/24. Okay. Last seen. Yeah, and like Jen Coffindaffer talks about that too. Um, she talks about the fact that um, the police, like even in this one, for example, it says last seen in the area of Stafford Court. Sebastian Drake Rogers was last seen on February 26, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square framed glasses. Sebastian has medical conditions, including autism, that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. And that's this one here. I'm sorry for the glare, guys. But yes, and I always thought that was very curious too, because I'll say reported missing, and then I also say from his home. But Jen Coffindaffer said that there may be some surveillance that was picked up, but then later in her interview, she says that he wasn't caught on any surveillance. So I was very curious. And perhaps they know something that they're not sharing, which is, a strong possibility. Star says, the path, I think we women have the bish please card. Exactly. Exactly. That's funny. Karen says it's 3 a.m. Do you know where your child is? Hello, TikTok. Yes, ma'am. And Shopudo says the path, I am assuming we do, but I must have never needed mine. Good thing I must have misplaced it. Aw, Karen, you are my era. Aw. Margaret. Karen, do you know where you're at? Aw. Justice Jane, nice to see you. Feliz Año Nuevo. Thank you, Justice Jane. And Karen says, I look for my remote control and glasses more than CP and KP look for their son. Yeah, he would say allegedly. Yeah, absolutely. It's just absolutely so sad. Thank you, Justice Jane. Missing 306 days in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Sebastian Rogers, Caucasian, 16-year-old, 5'5", 120 pounds with brown hair. Last seen on 2/26/24 with black long sleeves and black pants, barefoot, keychain, flashlight. 225, $225,000 reward. Thank you, Justice Jane. The path says there was just a noise in my house just now, and even though my family said they were okay, I still went to go check. Good point. Good point. Yeah, absolutely. It's just like, or you holler like, is everything okay? Katie said she just hollered, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. So it just doesn't add up. Karen says because his truck was at mommy's on the 23rd and it pinged on the Wi-Fi allegedly, in my opinion, that's why he came in hot. Oh, okay. Okay. So they may have geofenced up in Gallatin too. It's very possible. I think that they are all on FBI surveillance. And it's just my opinion, but I think ever since the FBI came into the picture at the 6-month mark, I think they've been being surveilled, and that, just my opinion. Karen says, I would have confronted him in a final about pictures on the 23rd at his mom's. Woo. Yeah. And the poker game, guys, everybody has speculated on that poker game. That poker game happened. Katie's friend Lori was in town with her son. We've not heard from Lori. There's still so much that we don't know. The path, yes, at least text my son if I hear a loud thump. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing. He wasn't allowed to have his darn cell phone, poor kid. And I understand limiting screen time and things like that, but goodness sakes. Thank you, Trishy. And Karen says, I wouldn't touch that man with a 10-foot pole or with your hands. Oh my goodness, right? I know. No lie. Megan L says Truth got a lot of crap for that, but I did thank him in his comments because he did Sebastian very well, in my opinion. He deserves the recognition for doing so. I couldn't agree more. Megan L's, honestly, it takes a lot of guts to do that, and it takes a lot to be able to kind of articulate yourself. I know he said that he felt or he knew that he came in aggressively, but he said he can't apologize. Like, he's glad he did that, and I am too. I think that it was a very passionate plea for us all to start putting Sebastian first. So I think that it was very well said, and I think the way that he did it was exactly how it should have been. Um, Man pot. And Shapoodle says, Karen, you might be right. I never thought of that. Yes, you got that right. Margaret says, nobody likes them. Well, I mean, and they overheard him. Like what Jen Coffindaffer was saying, the neighbors overheard him. And also, one thing that wasn't mentioned on hers, but I do remember from watching Brooks's live on Crime Lines and Lies, um, they said that there was a barbecue that Chris and Katie were invited to, and they showed up and everyone was like, wow, Chris is a freaking jerk and we don't like him, and they never were invited back. And usually that's how it works when you are with a narcissist. Like, people will invite you, but then, like, they usually won't invite you back. So you know, it's tough. It's tough. It seems like the only friends that really Chris had was his family members. And that guy Julio from the schoolyard. And Star says, Meganel's, indeed, I was impressed with him for that, because I'm so used to nobody challenging CP. Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. That that's a great point, Star. I'm glad that you said that. Whenever people do stand up against him or speak out against him, and he comes at them and throws the temper tantrum and the fit and starts raging, people tend to back down. And that's, again, another quality of the raging narcissist. They start raging, they have a fit, and then everybody retreats, right? They don't want to stir the pot. They don't want to poke the bear, however we want to say it, because they don't want that negative reaction. And so they all just back up and do exactly, they either become a flying monkey, or they will, completely retreat and want to stay so far away from that person and never deal with them again. Which they're smart to do to do that. Just stay away from them. And Trishy says, I've been having fun on X debating the Proudfoot supporters. Trishy, that's great. Karen says, I have had to listen to Miss Rachel's voice so much longer, I'm going to scream. Oh no, Miss Rachel. I'm not sure who Miss Rachel is. Karen says, I think how convenient she pled the fifth one. Why he can't testify against him, because he was in the vicinity on the 23rd and the weekend of the poker game, then came back the 26th. Yeah, I really see, and that's why I have the Nancy Grace clip later on, and the reason why is exactly what you just said, Karen, is because even though he might not have been there the night before or the night of, I believe he was in the area, and I believe that's why he tells us that law enforcement doesn't want him to tell the exact times and dates he was home kind of thing. And Karen says, no, that they're moving a lot of cars around the white truck, black truck, FedEx truck, bringing truck, fifth wheel, RV. Yes. And let's not forget that he was gone for 17 hours unaccounted for. Were they geofencing him when he went to Memphis to pick up his camper, or his fifth wheel, excuse me? Were they, were they surveilling him then? Possibly. If they weren't, they should have been. And they should have been doing that as well when he and Katie took off. And said that it was because, Sebastian could be anywhere. And then Chris jumps in and says it was because they were being harassed. Karen says, you forgot arrogant in front of narcissist. Oh, yes. Thank you, Karen. Yes. Also add to arrogant, raging narcissist. And Showpoodle says, Trishy, I've seen you there. You do a good job. Broke down and joined just to follow this case. Oh, that's awesome, Showpoodles. Yeah, Sebastian deserves people in his corner. He definitely does. And that's why I respect Truth for what he did. Yeah, props to him. And Margaret says, you or to see me when they do the police chase, I get, oh, you ought to see me when they do the police chase. I get so excited when they get them. Like I shout, yes, y'all got them. Great job. It's funny. Margaret, that's so cute. That is adorable. I love that. I love how excited you get about that because, I mean, it's good. And that's why the police really deserve kudos for all they do. I think, I hate to bash law enforcement. I really do. It's the worst, like trying to, or having to expose like any type of corruption because I know there's so many out there that do such a great job. And yeah, you're right. You're right. You should be cheering them on. You're like a little cheerleader over there for them, and they don't even know it. The Path says the last time I looked at the FBI website, it said he was last seen on the 26th. Yeah, it definitely says that, and it says that on the flyer too, the most recent one that came out of the FBI. So yeah, good point, Pat. Good point, The Path. And sorry, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip for you that I have. We're on 6.
If you have a phone with Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, or Google, your phone is constantly looking to save your location and share it with the company. A law enforcement agency may be interested in that data if they think it'll be helpful in solving a crime. So they can ask a judge to execute what's called a geofence warrant.
It's a search warrant, not for a particular person, but to a Google or an Apple saying, this is a geographic region, say a city block, and a date and time. And we would like to know if you have any users that were in that location on that date and time, and if so, provide their information.
Let's give a hypothetical situation, say a string of strong-armed robberies. Police know it's the same suspect and method, but they don't know who that person is.
You could do a geofence warrant to say, okay, if we know we had a robbery at this location on this date, and this location at this date, and this other location at this date, let's do a search warrant for those 3 locations at those 3 dates and times and see if there's any person that is in those 3 boxes on all 3 lists.
They're controversial because people's records can be accessed who had nothing to do with a crime, which is why Helmer says investigators should write the warrants as narrowly as possible and only use them when necessary. They would also need to be backed up by other evidence.
You can't have the biggest fishing net and say, I want the whole city of Grand Rapids for this week. Number one, you're going to overwhelm your investigators. But number 2, those people have a reasonable expectation of privacy, and you have no reason to request that wide of a scope.
As technology progresses, the more law enforcement can know about you.
We give up so much privacy by downloading these apps and having these free Facebooks and Snapchats and Twitters that we're essentially all carrying a tracking device in our pockets.
Helmer isn't aware of any geofence warrants executed in Kent County, but they could in the near future.
In the 2000s, it was cell phone tower location information, mapping where people were based on what towers their cell phone were using. It was new. You didn't see a lot of people using it. Now it's commonplace. I think this will be the same.
These warrants are rare, but as they become more prevalent, Helmer expects case law to develop to help prosecutors deal with them.
So with that in mind, Alan, why don't you tell us a little bit about the legal basis for these?
About the legal basis for the use of this technology, which, I think ties together some of what the other panelists have been talking about today. So the first panel, talked a lot about the Fourth Amendment and standards for location tracking. The second panel talked about statutory standards. And I think we're in an interesting space here with the use of these IMSI catchers and digital analyzer technologies where, the legal standards are not clear. We know a bit of the standards that law enforcement believes applies. The DOJ has their own theories. And I think that it's interesting to unpack that a little bit. So if we start out with the Fourth Amendment interest that we spoke about this morning, 2 cases other than Jones, I think, have an impact on the use of this technology. And those 2 cases are United States versus Caro and Kylo versus United States. So these are both cases that involve involve technologies that can reveal details within protected spaces. Caro was one of the original sort of tracking beeper cases. But the unique thing about Caro was that the Supreme Court held in that case that when they used a beeper technology to reveal the location of a barrel basically within a home, and the fact that that barrel remained within the home, that was a Fourth Amendment search. And of course, in Kylo, the Supreme Court ruled that the use of an advanced technology to reveal details, in that case heat, emanating from within a home, also constituted a search. So these are good cases to keep in mind when thinking about the use of the Stingray technology, when in fact it can be used and has been used in cases like Rig Maiden to locate individuals within their home. So then we think about what the statutory provisions that apply are. So there are statutory protections in place having to do with location. I just want to key on this quickly. We've talked about ECPA today and the standards for requesting disclosure. Of course, that's not evident in this case where you're not requesting records from a phone company, you're collecting them directly. So I just wanted to outline that there are protections specifically in the Communications Act highlighting location information as both consumer proprietary network information and limiting the collection of location information with a mere pen trap order. And this, what Chris discussed earlier about tower dumps, that necessarily a Stingray is going to collect a broad range of information about nearby devices beyond just the target. So one of the questions that we have is, what happens to all that data? What happens to the data regarding innocent devices? As you can see, the FBI is not particularly forthcoming on their maintenance or purging of this data, but it's good to know that they at least are thinking about it.
Okay, guys, so basically what he was just saying was that, we don't even know what their procedures are in terms of purging the data that they do collect. So the unwanted data from all the innocent people in the area, the FBI has been pretty hush-hush about what their methods are for purging that data and getting rid of it. And then keeping the data that they were actually searching for that would fall under the umbrella of the search warrant, right? Because this part is really, really interesting to me. And the reason, and thank you, Trishy, for saying that. Thank you. The reason being, I found it to be really fascinating. So one example that they were giving, and we talked about a little bit earlier, if there's a robbery in the area, it was kind of showing how they can use this geofencing to pinpoint who was in the area in those specific areas. They will get a warrant for those areas. So it is a search. It does fall under the Fourth Amendment and searches, right? Because it would just be like if they went in and they said, hey, we need camera footage, we need surveillance for this date, and they went to all 4 banks, then they would need a search warrant to initiate that to obtain this information, right? So my question is who got the search warrant in the Sebastian Rogers case? And I didn't expect an answer back for that, but I did ask it. I have not received any comment back. But it makes me very curious as to who requested this. Was it local law enforcement via Sumner County? Was it the Secret Service when they came in? Homeland Security when they came in? Was it the FBI, TBI, was it on a state level? Was it on a federal level? I want to know who signed off on this search warrant, and I'm very curious to know. So with that being said, there has to be evidence to back it up, right? So you can't just go to a judge and say, hey, judge, I would like you to sign off on this search warrant without having any evidence. So again, my question would be, what evidence did they present to whoever signed off on this warrant to obtain this critical and sensitive information using this very expensive and controversial technology? Now, if we talked about this earlier too, so when they get this, they also have to tell what area they are obtaining the warrant for. So did they obtain the warrant for Victoria Place, which is a subdivision where the Proud Feet reside, or is it a matter of different locations? like, so did they go to up to Gallatin near the Sox home and perform this data collection using these cell simulators or this technology, because they can always do that tower dump like they were saying and use that old method of tower dumping and mapping to find people's locations and seeing who's in the area and that sort of thing. So I'd be really interested to know more about that. And if you guys know any more about it, or if you've seen anything, definitely let me know in the chat. And the legal basis for this, and they went into a little bit in of cases that set precedents for these searches. So one was Kiro, one was Silo, yes, I think I said that correctly. I'm sorry if I didn't. But the standards for the cell site simulators or this Stingray technology, the opinions are going to be different coming from the DOJ, which is the Department of Justice, versus law enforcement. And so I found that to be really interesting too. I wanted to include that in because it does speak to what's going to happen in this case when it comes to evidence being suppressed later when it comes to a trial or trying to get a conviction for whoever was responsible or involved in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. So a good defense attorney may ask the judge to suppress this information if they can cite a reason under these cases that have set precedents for the Fourth Amendment searches being legal or illegal, right? And so we know that this technology has the capability of actually pinpointing and locating people in their own home, which is some, Men in Black stuff, And Trishy says, yes, it's just like a search warrant requires PCA, probable cause affidavit. Yes, ma'am. Detailing the specifics and why they believe they have evidence to justify said affidavit and justification. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Karen, because it was 3 a.m. on the 26th, in my opinion. Oh, there you go, Karen. There you go. Get that bullhorn going, girl. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We've only seen a cropped small bit of the flashlight video too, guys. So just keep that in mind. That is a great point. Star says, I will get, show poodles, I get what you mean. True crime is appealing to a lot of people who like to solve puzzles, trying to understand why atypical people do the things that they do. Very true, Star. Great point. Thank you. Karen says, unless it's a crooked ones in Tennessee. Well, and I'm sorry, I probably should read this like this. Hold on. Karen says, she's so good, girl. She left food, a blanket on the stairs when she left in case Sebastian showed up. That's a good mom. She won't travel, and I left him food in a blanket. Karen says, I just hope that he's not protecting the wrong person, and that truth knows something. It's possible it's eating him up, unless it's the crooked ones in Tennessee. That's a really good point. That is a really good point. Liza says, they said it going to the line of the law without crossing it to keep subs talking, but how long can they ride that wave? After January, I'm done with this case if we have no new news. Yeah, I don't blame you, Liza. I mean, I understand, and a lot of people are very, how do I say it? People are sick of the BS in this case, and I mean, that was very clear when truth came out that he was sick of something in the case. He was sick of dealing with it. He previously talked with Chris and Katie. They had fell out of touch, but nothing it's not like they had a falling out. They just hadn't talked. Um, he had gotten information, and that was the general gist of it. He did not want to befriend them. He made that very clear. And he also made that clear to them that he was simply trying to gather information on the case from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So, yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where, you know, it would eat me up too. Speaking with parents, and especially if I thought that they had even the slightest bit to do with it, it would essentially destroy me, especially looking at Sebastian's little face and coming to the realization that one of them could have been responsible is horrific. It's absolutely horrific. And let's be honest, I mean, creator to creator, I wouldn't want to be the one to have to break that news. It would eat me up too. And if people actually care about Sebastian, and that's what he was getting at too in the beginning of his live, that they would feel the same way. It's just natural. But if you don't really give a crap, then, that's the alternative. And let me go ahead and we will play this next clip. And then we'll play the bit from Elevated Truth.
Judge Owsley, what are you seeing actually in your courtroom when these are requested?
Well, I think just generally, and Judge Smith will probably back me up on this, it's not like we see a lot of these requests. To my knowledge, and I say to my knowledge because, to my knowledge, I've seen two in the last couple years. I may have seen them before and not realized what it was, because what they do is they present an application that looks essentially like a pen register application. So any magistrate judge that is typically looking at a lot of pen register applications and not paying enough attention to the details may be signing an application that is authorizing a stingray. And at one point, I got my first one, and the first thing I did is I called up Judge Smith and said, "Hey, I got this. This is curious. What do you think about that?" He's like, "Oh, that's a triggerfish." "What's a triggerfish?" "Well, it's this and that." And so it's a stingray, triggerfish, cell site simulator. And so that's one of the things is you have all these terms for it. In my experience, magistrate judges are not the most technologically savvy group of people. Maybe more so than other judges, but not all that conversant in a lot of this technology. I'm just going to give you the two examples that I have so you at least have an understanding of where they've attempted to use them in my experience, why, and give you a sense of sort of how they might be utilized. The first one I had was a request involving a prison. And there were allegations of criminal activity within a prison by inmates in which the government wanted to access, they basically wanted the stingray to locate and track that phone and find out where it was and see what it was calling and whatnot. And I said, that's when I called Judge Smith, and we had a conversation. I had a conversation with some other people. And to the AUSA, I'm like, well, I need more information about this. I'm not sure, that this really fits into the pen register statute. So I'm told the AUSA will get back to me with a memo. So a week later, I call up the AUSA. I said, I'm still waiting for that memo. I have this open pen register application on my desk, and I hate to let these things lie around. Oh, I'm going to get it to you. And it goes on for about 6 weeks, and finally the AUSA comes back and, well, Judge, a couple days after we filed that application, the prison officials located the phone. I said, well, okay, then you don't get an application because it's moot. And they went away. And then, so the second time I had one was a drug enforcement investigation, and they had a cell phone number of the target at one point, but he had changed phones to change his number, and so they weren't sure of what his number was, and they wanted to track him based on where he was living. Again, I asked him sort of for authority. It's not forthcoming. I asked him to explain to me what, if anything, they're going to do with the various other information that they get. Again, that's not forthcoming. And ultimately, I issued a decision, in part relying on some of the stuff that was mentioned about RigMate and denied it. And so that's generally been my experience with stingrays.
In the scenario where the government doesn't know who they're looking for, they know the telephone number, but they don't know where the person is, or they know the phone serial number, but they don't know where they are, and the government's driving around a neighborhood with like an unmarked van, driving around trying to narrow down and find out which house a particular device is in. They're sending signals through people's walls. They're sending signals through the walls of a lot of innocent people. None of those people are the suspects of a crime. None of those people will ever be told. It's not really that different than the police knocking on every door and walking into everyone's living room to see if there's someone hiding behind the sofa, except that here the government has a device that does it for them. I would argue that, and I'm not a lawyer, and this is not the ACLU official position yet. I would hope at some point we would be able to argue that, in fact, when you're using a stingray to find someone where you're going to be looking through a lot of innocent people's houses, that in fact a search warrant isn't enough either. I just don't think it's kosher for the government to be searching the homes of 50 or 100 or 200 innocent people to try and find the one guy who's hiding somewhere. Now, if they know where the target is and they are just trying to find out which cell phone he's using that day, so the sort of drug dealer burner scenario, I think in that case a warrant should be the right standard. They're sending signals through your walls. I think it's very similar to the spike mic cases that we saw a few decades ago. I mean, these signals go through the wall of your house, through your car, through your purse, through your pocketbook, through your jeans. I mean, wherever your phone is, the signals are going all the way through.
Okay, guys, so he's talking about how these signals go all the way through any type of device. Now, I do want to introduce a caveat to that, and that is if people are using those Farrier bags, or if they are using a VPN. If they have VPN protection, then these cell site simulators won't work properly or as they're intended to work. Carrie, it's so nice to see you. Thank you so much. Yes, I did see Guilty of Crime in here. Yes, ma'am. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And welcome in TWC Myers. And so a couple of things I just wanted to kind of unpack here. So when the judge is talking about the requests that he has received via these applications, he says that they're rare, and we've heard that before, that these are rare instances where this will come across the judge's desk. He referenced 2 times that he can recall, and he also said that there may have been times where he has signed off on these and he didn't realize what he was signing off on. So that was a candid response and very interesting to me, because he says, that a lot of the times these applications will come across the desk of the judge, and they'll use different wording for the same technology. So we're introduced to triggerfish here, and this is another term for using these cell site simulators. Another one would be the Stingray. So that's just the name brand of the cell site simulator. And he says that many of the judges are not tech savvy. And as we see, guys, these judges are on the bench for years and years and years. Some of them are older judges who are not versed in the technology nor the vocabulary that's associated with explaining what the technology is. But he does state that that the judges must consider the statutes that are attached to these requests or applications, that they receive. So they have to consider that as well. So not only do they have to have the evidence to back it up, but they also need to have they need to consider the statutes and the that are attached, and they must fall under those specific guidelines. Now, he referenced one instance where it was requested for a prison to help with the criminal activity that they believed was going on within the prison, and they were using these stingrays, these triggerfish, to see which to see where the cell phones were, right, that these people were using, and track them to see what they were doing, what kind of illegal activities were happening within the prison system. He said that they were able to find that, so that one was kind of null and void, and nothing really came of it. He said that he denied a second one, and it was being used to track someone who, and where they were living in a specific home and things like that. So whoever their target was, the judge did deny that application because it didn't fall within the statutes and that sort of thing. He didn't believe that it would have been lawful interception, and so he denied the warrant, which was interesting. Now, going back to the like a rug dealer or a burner, people that are using burner phones in that scenario, what they're trying to do is narrow down where these signals are being sent, and then of course they can target these people down to the exact room they're in. And of course, as he was stating, if your cell phone is in your purse, if your cell phone is in any location, as long as it doesn't have that VPN, or as long as it's not in a Faraday bag or box, that sort of thing, then this technology is very useful in obtaining all of the data that is necessary for the target or the subject of who they're trying to find out, who the bottom, get to the bottom of whatever it is, whether it's rug dealers, whether it's a missing person, any of that sort of thing. Yeah, that guy kind of does look like Matt Walsh. I agree. Karen says, I think all inconsistencies, the 5 CPS reports, the way they're acting, somebody step in, biofather, pushed, thank God. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Karen. Carrie says, my girl, meaning YouTube bestie. Ah, that's so cute. I love that, Carrie. Oh yeah, please don't use anyone's names. Thank you. I know, I'm so bad with that, guys. I have to take my own advice on that. And no big deal, guys. Yeah, we just had to be mindful of it, so that way. And Star says, I'm not the best mod. I don't know how to word things right like others. You are a perfect mod. Stop that, Star. Come on now. And Poppy says, Star, you rock. Oops, I know. It's so hard. It's so hard. I know. And then I'll be reading an official statement, and then I'll say their full entire name. So I try not to, it's just all in the pursuit and the of information, and then also just putting information out there for you guys, reporting on it for educational and purposes only, and everything's alleged. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. I'm just trying to figure out how they get enough information to find someone responsible for, or who is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian. Megan knows that's why I'm never a mod. Oh gosh, you would do great. You would be perfect for it. I'm telling you. Well, he says that one guy looked like Matt Walsh. Plausible deniability judges. I know, Liza. That's the thing too. I don't know if I believe him that he denied that second warrant, because he's kind of in the hot seat being a judge on this panel. So I think he's trying to make himself kind of look good to these ACLU geniuses over here. Oh my goodness. You're doing fantastic, Star. You're doing fantastic. And Faraday cases, Faraday bags, block signals. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And so does that VPN. So if you have a VPN, it encrypts everything, and it's an extra layer of protection. So that's what's really interesting. And if any of these people had that, um, that technology that blocks the technology, for lack of a better way to say it, in terms of a VPN or a Faraday bag or case, absolutely, it would not allow the interception of this. Of the signals to go to the cell site simulator, also known as the Stingray. And the past says they need to educate the judges on this technology, because if they don't, then I'm assuming court cases may be thrown out because of technicalities. Absolutely, the path. That is very smart. Another thing too is that these judges are signing off on these things, and it can fall under an unlawful, like, yeah, absolutely, an unlawful search and seizure. And we don't want that, because a good defense attorney will look for any type of reason to get their client off, so to speak. So yes, Poppy Love, it is so concerning. TWC says we don't want Our Lady to get a lawsuit that could send her to jail. Oh gosh, no, thank you, TWC Myers. Oh boy. I don't really have anything for them to sue me for, but definitely don't want to go to jail. I'm a little fragile flower over here. Um, and Star says, Megan knows when Lady said that they wanted to make me a mod, I was like, are you sure? That's what I said, Star, to Terry when she modded me. I was like, I've never been a mod before. I don't know if I'm qualified. You're doing fine, though. You're great. And Trishy says, what's the date on this video? Okay, Trishy, this is from 2013, from the Yale panel. So 11 years ago. Was when this discussion happened. So it's a little bit older of a video, but I thought it was like very informational in the way that they spoke about these things. So some of these laws might be different now and things like that, but yeah, it's 11 years old was that talk. And Karen says, you were talking about the police, some of them are good, but I said unless it's crooked ones in Tennessee. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and Karen, I agree, like the sheriff there, there's a lot to be desired from the way that he likes to talk about criminal activity, to dropping the ball in terms of not doing any luminol. In this case, or treating Sebastian's home like a crime scene. I definitely feel like there is some corruption. And I did a video about it, and I did some research on the sheriff, the good sheriff. Yes, Star is amazing, Trishy. Thank you. Oh, Moby. I love Moby. Karen says, I will never give up on Sebastian ever. Me neither, Karen. We can't give up. We can't give up on him, guys. We have to refuse to quit, like his little shirt says. And Karen says, I have had many 5 a.m. nights since February 26th talking about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, sleepless nights on TikTok talking about Sebastian. Not one day has gone by in the 10 months that I haven't talked. Aw. I need more coffee too, TWC. I really do. But then I don't like to drink coffee, because then I have to go to the bathroom once it kicks in. It's like, I'm like, oh, I gotta pee again. So like I try not to drink too much coffee, but I can definitely I have a Keurig that does like the shots. So you could put like any type of, I get like the French roast, and then I'll do like the shot. I'll do 2, and then I have like a little frother, so I'll make a latte, and those are usually like a good quick pick-me-up. So yes, I have been in a courtroom before. Yes, yes. I would love to go and check out some of the cases that actually, go to court. I think it would be really, really interesting just to be in that environment. So yeah, it would be very interesting. Karen says, do you go on panels on TikTok? Oh, excuse me. Trishy asked Karen, do you go on panels on TikTok? Low key. I'm gonna step backwards, be in the bushes. Okay, Meganels, come out. Yeah, come out, come out. Meganels, responsibility gives me anxiety, but I appreciate the faith in me. Star, you're so funny. Trishy says, oh, the VPN, VoIP. So maybe that is why CP was too cocky, but his truck was trying to connect to a Wi-Fi and he didn't remember about that one. Yeah, Trishy, see, that's what I'm thinking because of his, like, the technology within his truck was connecting. And so I think that is where, because you can't put a truck in a Faraday box and you can't I think, well, maybe you could attach the VPN to the Wi-Fi in that is possible. But yeah, I'm thinking that was the little hiccup. And see, that's what usually happens in these cases. It's just like a little tiny hiccup or a little tiny mistake, and it just breaks everything wide open. Star says anger is an effective way to make people drop the subject. Yes, I agree. And I think the rage, when Chris starts raging, people just back off. Is there a VPN you'd recommend? Poppy, I think ExpressVPN is a good one. I've heard that. Now, I do not have a VPN, which I probably need to. I've been looking into them for a while. And then some of the YouTubers I follow, like True Crime Weekly, they have had deals on VPNs and things like that. There's other cool things that come with VPNs, like you can actually watch different shows in different countries and different fun things like that. So it's an extra layer of protection, but it also opens up a lot of different things, like internationally. So they're really useful. But I think ExpressVPN is one that I've heard recommended. That's a good one. And Showpoodle says, Karen, same here. Also, 72-year-old neighbor. We gave flyers to the mail carriers here. Oh, that's amazing, Showpoodles. I cannot imagine how Seth is functioning. I know. I can't either, guys. I really can't. And Karen, thank you for talking about him like that. I really appreciate that, too. I appreciate everybody that is helping. And I think it's like even just anybody that's helping. Even if it's Cletus Crabtree, whatever. I know that what they do is controversial, but if people are out there being productive, I can't fault people for being out there being productive. I'm hoping that everybody does. And Trishy says, oh yeah, it's so helpful to break down how it works. Hopefully now more judges understand what they are reading and signing nowadays. Gives us more hope. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, doing talks like this, I think, is really valuable. Having a judge to come up and speak, having attorneys from the ACLU, and then the female on panel, she is from the Wall Street Journal, and she did a story kind of breaking this to people, letting them know, like, hey, this is also a privacy issue. So very, very interesting panel. TWC said would be in courtroom with handcuffs on. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't wait for that to happen. I really can't. I can't wait for that to happen. Poppy Love, I use Norton. Oh, okay. Oh, cool, Sandy. Thank you for recommending that one. Yeah, I mean, I'm not as versed in those technologies, but I think it's valuable. I mean, especially if you don't want, if you're worried about the privacy issue, that's one way to combat it, which I don't think that they had VPNs 11 years ago. I could be wrong, but Trishy says, yep, Star, true. Anger and intimidation, easy way to shut down a conversation. Absolutely, Trishy, absolutely. Aw, that's awesome if you watch him. He looks barely functioning. Yeah, I know. Would you be in the courtroom on with handcuffs on? No, I wouldn't be in the courtroom with handcuffs on. No, I wouldn't want to be either. Keith Sandy says, TWC Myers, you're being funny or a troll. I was trying to figure that out myself. One person already got taken to court over this case. That's why we try to be careful. Have you ever seen people in orange jumpsuit before? Just being funny. Yeah, I used to watch Orange is the New Black too. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever watched that show. It's really good. WC. It just popped in real quick. Sometimes trigger happy. Sandy's quick draw. TWC defendants in court. Yeah. Yes, gut wrenching. It is. I thought I missed part of the live that they did. So like at the beginning of it, and I went back and rewatched a little bit of it, and it was just it's totally gut wrenching, and I'm glad that. And I'm hoping that Seth is able to have a little bit of time for rest and relaxation in Oklahoma with Tony and his family for the holidays. I really hope that he's able to maybe clear his mind, not being in the area. Yeah, I don't know. It's very, 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 very sad. Okay, I'm going to. Oh, the path says, I wonder if that kind of technology could be used to trace whether or not they remove cameras from their home. Yeah, yes. I'm going to say yes in my opinion, and the reason why I'm saying yes is because in in from my understanding, if they're using if they're using a camera system that is operating off of the Wi-Fi, then absolutely yes. If it's a hardwired camera to a plug-in, then I'm gonna say probably not. So maybe like a yes, no answer, depending on what kind of technology they were using. But thank you for the path. That's a really intuitive question. I had to think, Have a good night, TW Myers. And let's watch the next clip. Poodle Show. Or show Poodle, if we're to believe a lot of what's being said, it looks like someone might get thrown under the bus soon, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm thinking people are gonna start cracking and ratting. Cracking and ratting on each other. Liza says, do you hear about the lawsuit against Seth? Another mess. This case is not normal. Yeah, I did. And I do know a little bit of backstory on that. I know that the woman who showed up to the vigil was videotaping and being quite rude. When asked to stop videotaping, she threw a fit. And I think it's a frivolous lawsuit, and I hope it gets thrown out, because I think that's the last thing that Seth needs. And if you go to a child's vigil and then you turn around and try to sue the people in the vigil, I just find that to be quite evil, and I would have to have some other evidence shown to me that she's not doing this just for personal attention, because I think it's a very vindictive, evil move, and that's just my opinion. I don't think that should ever be happening to a father of a missing child. I think she should have stayed home if she didn't agree with what they were doing. If you don't agree with what they're doing, there's other ways of voicing that opinion other than trying to drag the father into court. I'm wondering who's behind that really, and what is her intention. Is it for attention, or is it just a malicious act? It's, to me, it grosses me out. It makes me want to get sick, unless there's some other legitimate reason that I'm not seeing. Shopoodle says, yes, more ridiculous. Yes, I saw some of her videos. She seemed not right. Yeah, she's, I don't know. Unhinged, I think, would be a good way to put it. Who does that? Who shows up to a child's vigil, and if someone says, don't film this, please, and then you throw a fit. I mean, it's just about respect. Would she want someone coming to a vigil for her children or her child and pull that kind of stuff, and somebody nicely ask her to stop, and then, you know, all of this transpires? I don't think that she would like that done to her. So why would she do that to Seth? You know, that's just my opinion. If you guys have evidence to the contrary, I would definitely look at it and consider it. I'm just saying, the status quo, I believe that it's a malicious act, for attention and clout chasing. All right, guys, let's watch Chris's freak out.
Will say that I think the agents don't necessarily get the message that DOJ, Assistant United States Attorneys, get. So, you know, when you talk to the agents, they're like, "Oh, we're just going to drive around. We're gonna follow this guy, and then he's going to go over to a club, and we're going to turn it on over there, and we're going to see, and then we're going to follow him here. He's going to go eat." And so there's a lot of that sort of. They understand how to surveil, but they don't understand the implications of what they're utilizing.
A list of other issues, as I mentioned, the interference problem, and just a question of, you know, what legal authority is required to deny service to someone's phone, right? As it's not exactly a search, but it's certainly something that I would imagine law enforcement can't just do whenever they please. They have to have some level of authority.
All right, guys. So I'm going to bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man? What's going on? I want to know what's this talk that somebody on this panel is saying that I told you that my truck was in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing or the night before.
That's not what was said. What was said was you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing on the 25th or the 26th. And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have to been the 26th when I got to my house.
That's
around
what
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
that's what we said.
That's what we said.
Chris. That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, I said it has to have been when he was coming home from the work site.
That's what was said.
My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity, and the FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
not the time frame. You didn't know the time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused, because I was like, what? And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, see, the problem is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
It's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
Same with the polygraph. We've heard a lot. The only polygraph that we know for sure that I saw and read about was Nancy Grace having an FBI agent retired give Seth one and pass with flying colors. We know about that one. We know that Chris Proudfoot, because I saw this, said, come on, bring it. Let's get a date. As far as I know, he never was polygraphed. They never got that done. So I'm just repeating what we know, that we've seen with our own eyes. In other words, is it possible that Chris Proudfoot could have left where he was, it was 3 hours and change away, and been there the night of the 25th? Is that possible? We don't 100% know. I mean, it's possible. It's physically possible, but we don't know because law enforcement hasn't told us.
Okay, guys. And Jana, thank you so much for your super chat or your super sticker. And I will definitely look at Crystal McCrory Jones. I feel like I feel like I've heard that name before, but I will definitely. I still want to do a deep dive on Monkey Vaughn. So I've written that down and I put a big star by it. So I will definitely look into that. Thank you so much for being here, Jana. And Liza says, I haven't read the court papers. I have no clue about her claims. Star says, yes, misuse of donations, if I remember correctly. Yes, thank you, Star. I forgot to mention, there is also Michaela's Mutt Hut, who was not registered at that time. We all knew that prior to, though, because even, I believe Dolly said he found out that they weren't like a licensed registered 501c whatever, but then also and you know, that's alleged in my opinion because I did see that on another channel, but yeah, that was already prior knowledge though, so I think she just went there to cause trouble. That's just my opinion. um yes, thank you, thank you. And Star says 26 could include any time from midnight on. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's a good thing to keep in mind because technically at midnight it's the 26th. So absolutely. Yes, thank you, Sandy. Lady, I got that. Thank you, Star. Yes. And Poppy Love says, on her, Seth doesn't deserve that. She was just there to purposely cause conflict. We really need to pray. Those of us that believe in prayer, we are up against true evil. Yeah, Poppy Love, I agree. I think we all should pray together. I'm praying right along with you guys because I believe that it's the strength in numbers, you know. I really believe that that's important. So thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Jana. Thank you for bringing that up to us too. I just really feel like that's so familiar of a name. Um, Showpoodle says her yearly renewal paperwork had not come in yet. Okay, see, that was the thing. Like, I wasn't sure how, you know, that all transpired. I just remember hearing other creators going over it. You know what I mean? So it's, yeah. But, you know, Chris, I don't understand. If the FBI knows and the FBI is aware and everything like that, why is he freaking out? You know, that's what really just screams guilt to me when somebody who is in the right, and don't get me wrong, if somebody's saying something wrong about me or, you know, something that didn't happen, I'm going to stand up for myself too. I get that, you know, and it's going to be frustrating to say the least when somebody's trying to say something, you know, to essentially get you in trouble or whatever it is. But so I understand that frustration that would come into play, but I don't understand the rage. Why are you so hateful and mean and nasty and angry? You know, is it because he is a narcissist and it's a blow to his ego? Possibly. But other than that, it's like, dost thou protest too much? You know, you're screaming to high heaven, but you're not convincing anybody. You're yelling, but nobody, you know, you're not very convincing, you know, in my opinion. Now, the controversy with LE, LE must obtain a search warrant. You know, we talked about this, you know, and then back it up with the probable cause affidavit, you know, and evidence supporting why this needs to happen, why they need to use this technology in the case. So again, it just begs the question. And according to Chris, now I take what he says with a grain of salt, but what he's saying here is that the FBI is the one that did the geofencing. So that was the conclusion that I came to, was that according to Chris, the ones that performed this geofencing, it was the FBI, according to him. And so on that, a federal judge would have had to write and sign off on that, or excuse me, would have to have signed off on that warrant. Whether that's true or not, it's all alleged, in Chris's opinion, because that's what he alluded to, the FBI being the ones. Now, Truth tries to tell him that, yeah, you said that your truck Wi-Fi hit on the 25th or 26th, but, calm down, buddy. That might have been when you were in the area after you found out and you came home from Memphis. And then the rest of the panel is like, oh yeah, Chris, yeah, we're sorry. No. 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 Not so easy. If I was on the panel, I might have said something to the effect to Chris, like, hey, not trying to upset you or anything, but what are you saying here? Was it the 25th that your Wi-Fi signal was pinging, or was it the 26th? I mean, elaborate. But everybody gets so nervous because of his reaction. He comes out like a dang pit bull. And I love pit bulls. They're the nicest dogs, but I'm just using an analogy. But he comes out, chomping at the bit. Can't wait to, he's angry, he's frustrated, he's, showing his butt. And, instead of them, bringing him back to the subject at hand, it seems like everybody just kind of gets really worried and scared and doesn't want to continue to poke the bear. And Star says, I pray for Sebastian to be found safe soon, for the truth to come out, and for Seth to find comfort. Amen. Thank you, Star. Margaret says CP is just making it worse. I agree. He just comes out there, just like guns a-blazing for no reason. And I'm like, calm down and have a conversation. But he jumped up on panel, it seems, specifically to address that. And he was visibly upset. And Margaret says CP is making it worse with his anger. Absolutely. Well, I agree with that, Margaret. And, it's just one of those things where it doesn't make, you're right, it doesn't make him look good. It doesn't make anybody believe him more. One thing I've heard in my past from dealing with a narcissist was like, just because you're the loudest one doesn't make you right. Because narcissists love to yell, they love to rage out, and they think if they're louder than everybody else, then they're right. It's just that everybody quiets down and backs up because they don't want to deal with the rage. And Star says, definitely, Margaret. I also pray for the red flags to stop flying so often. Give us some hope. Yes. Margaret says CP acts like he could be on some kind of rugs because of his anger. Yes, or possibly like he was drinking or something like that. I'm sure that he's used to sitting back and kicking back and listening to other people spread his lies and do his dirty work for him. And maybe he was kicking back and thinking this was going to be something that was going to benefit them. And it turned out to, be the contrary. Star says this is common. Yep, a narcissistic behavior, in my opinion, unfortunately. I agree, Star. I agree. I completely agree. All right, guys, let's go ahead and start up this next clip.
This is different than Kylo, because in Kylo you had this like these thermal signals emanating from the house. Here, the government's signals are going through your wall. So I think at the very least we're looking at a warrant, but I think there are some real situations where they shouldn't be using these things at all.
Pen register, the statute. I think historically the way the statute is designed and drafted and the way it's been interpreted by courts is that you need to have a target number. So it sort of flips it, the Stingray sort of flips it on its head in the sense that you're really looking for the target number without instead of knowing what the target number is getting and then gathering the information that Congress anticipated in its pen register applications. And I don't know the answer to this in the Stingray context, but I see there's a fair amount of overlap for cell tower dumps and stingrays. I think stingrays is sort of cell tower dumps on steroids is I guess on some level how I view it, because you have actually with a pen register, you have a lesser standard for the government to go out and do its own surveillance, as opposed to, at least with the way that they're trying to do cell tower dumps now, you have a higher standard in 2703D, and you actually have to go through the phone company. But I've seen in cell tower dump cases, there's a case out of Connecticut where they convicted someone where they got 180 cell phone numbers. Now, 179 of those were folks who had nothing to do with the crime, and if you want to look on Google and search it, you can find all those cell phone numbers. They are posted on the internet. There was a case out of Arizona involving, to me, the classic scenario, and Chris alluded to this earlier today about how you use a cell tower dump, at least efficiently from law enforcement perspective, in the sense of there was a series of bank robberies in Arizona, and they targeted 4 of the banks in rural areas, and I think they got over 150,000 different hits. So, and it's unclear to me if that's 150,000 different individuals or different utilizations of a cell phone. But you can see that, you know, there's a lot of compromise of that type of data, and I don't think the government sort of appreciates that or has any plan for what they're going to do with it.
So the IMSI catcher, the generic technology, can intercept content. I know this because I saw it with my own eyes in a congressional hearing room last summer. Harris, the company that makes the name brand Stingray product, doesn't have a lot of marketing material that's shown up online. In fact, I got my first ever glimpse at a bunch of material last week in Portuguese that I downloaded from a Brazilian surveillance vendor that happened to have something floating around. I've not seen any English language documentation for many of Harris's products. We do know from Harris's price list, the price list made available through the GSA, that they do sell an interception module for the Stingray product line. We don't know which agencies have purchased that interception module. However, for the other big IMSI catcher vendors, the Boeings, the Selections, and then all of these Israeli and Russian and Swiss and German companies, all of them advertise in big bold letters in their marketing material, interception of communications content. Not only do they do interception, so the classic scenario they describe in their sales literature is a hostage situation. You have a hostage crisis going on, the government parks outside, you know, the bank or whatever, turns on their fake cell tower, and when the hostage takers call, you know, a taxi company, it reroutes the call to the police taxi company, and they're like, sure, we'll be right there, and then they send the fake taxi to come pick them up. So with these commercial products as advertised by foreign surveillance vendors, they can reroute calls, they can block calls. You see them being used right now in prisons in the US and abroad to only allow whitelisted phone numbers, so the prison guards can make all the calls they want, but anyone who's smuggled a phone into the prison is basically blacklisted. These devices can capture content, and Harris's previous family of products, the triggerfish, these analog. So the difference between the triggerfish and the Stingray is the triggerfish did analog cell phones and the Stingray did digital phones. That's my understanding. And the triggerfish line, more marketing material for those is available online, and those definitely advertise that they could capture content. I mean, I think they are capable. Whether the DEA or whether Joe Arpaio in Arizona has purchased the content interception kit is a matter for debate. But the technology is definitely capable of doing it.
Okay, guys. So yeah, I mean, that's just kind of giving us a little bit more background into these different technologies. And basically, you know, the triggerfish was something used for analog phones. Well, now they have the Stingray using them for digital devices and the more you know, high-tech devices that we have nowadays. So I found that to be really, really interesting. And then also just, you know, how it works in terms of, again, privacy and things like that. Don't worry, Star. I don't know why we can't say that word on YouTube. I don't know why they don't like it. It's funny. Some people can say like the F-bomb a billion times, and I just don't understand it. I wish that we would be able to use the words, use our words, like we're taught when we were little kids. And yeah, I agree, Chief. If someone asks CP, his insecurities would make him go crazy. Absolutely. And I do believe that that's a big thing. His ego, his insecurities, things like that. It's, off the charts. It's off the charts. And, and that's why I think he's so worried about this, because maybe he did cover all of his bases in a different way, and then he forgot about the truck, and that would explain his hostility, other than just that narcissistic factor, and that the insecurities within himself that makes him rage. And we'll play this next one with Jen, and then I have a Nancy Grace clip for you guys.
So unless somebody knows something I don't know, and I can't go by what Chris and Katie Proudfoot say, I'm sorry. I'm not going to go with that. Unless we see, no, for sure, that he was at this job site, or I shouldn't say the job site, he wouldn't be there in the middle of the night, I don't believe. But in that area, because he was working, there's, we just don't know that. But purportedly, he was there 3 hours and 21 minutes away and didn't find out about this until Katie told him. And in fact, they talked about it on the phone, talking for 3 hours, kind of during this time frame where maybe Sebastian could have been disappearing, right? Because Katie says she went to bed midnight something, right? And that she was talking on the phone prior to that. Law enforcement has all that. We can't solve this, but law enforcement has solved where everyone was at least their cellular devices, and where whether his truck was in and around. And I saw something very recently that looked like a little slip up by Chris Proudfoot talking about his truck being there. I can't say it's strong enough to say, but and then he came back later and kind of tried to clean it up. I don't know. I don't think we should speculate on this point, because law enforcement knows. Law enforcement knows. So if they 100% could conclude that Chris Proudfoot had nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, I am just going to say I'm surprised they haven't come out and said something. We know in several cases, one of the cases I followed very closely was the Michael Vaughn case. And in that case, the FBI agent, the supervising FBI agent, came out and they said they are not involved. They're not involved. The parents are not involved. We know they aren't. So they came out and said that. And they do that because they don't want these people harassed. It was horrible what was happening. I'm saying in this case, we don't see law enforcement really coming out and saying anything, except I should say that they did come out very recently and make a very strong statement whether the person with the green hoodie at the Texas Roadhouse was in any way involved in Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. He is not. I can tell you for a fact, and law enforcement came out and said it. They interviewed the person. They know who the person was. The person came in. They looked hinky. They looked hinky as crap, because you know why? They came in and they went straight to the restroom, and they go in the restroom. They come out and they never buy anything. When I see something like that, I'm just saying what it usually points out to me. I usually think that that is somebody who might be homeless, or somebody who doesn't have a lot of money. and they come in and they use the bathroom. Sometimes also it could be a person that really needed to use the bathroom. And instead of going to a convenience store, they pulled in and they ran in and went and then they left. But it doesn't matter what the circumstances were. What matters is that law enforcement has clearly said they had nothing to do with the abduction or the harm to Sebastian Rogers. So that's good to know that. Out. Not important.
Okay, guys. So according to Jen, she says that, law enforcement has established where all parties were, and they know, and they've already solved that part of this mystery. I believe that a cell tower dump, just a old-fashioned cell tower dump, would show CP in Memphis. Now we're gonna play the Nancy Grace clip, and they do say that they spoke on the phone for about 3 hours, and Jen talks about the fact that no one has been cleared in this case. Referencing Michael Monkey Vaughn and how the FBI comes out and says, hey, they had nothing to do with this, so that way they wouldn't be harassed and the court of public opinion, that sort of thing. But in this case, we've heard things like no one is cleared, there's no foul play suspected, and all parents have been cooperative with LE. And so it's very different. They have not cleared anybody and they won't. But then she talks about how they quickly cleared the green hoodie shim and that person has nothing to do with it. And so I found that to be very curious, that they just go ahead and clear this person so quickly, with really not a whole lot of time in between them finding out about this and then them talking to this person. The person was cleared quickly. So very curious. And Star says, I simply don't understand why KP might plead the fifth and CP can't seem to hush his mouth. I know. And Chief says it goes back to what I said about KP's naval training. Yeah, I think that is a major piece in this. I really do. Sandy, I do not know who that person is. I've never encountered them before, but I'm guessing they might be, trolling or whatever. Because I did make a comment about CP wearing orange, and I think that maybe, that person was coming in here to throw that back at me. And in that case, I'll just throw it right back at them. But I don't know who that person is. And Poppy says, Deception Detective thinks Seth has shown all the right things about of a missing parent. Yeah, Poppy, and that's I feel like that as well. I just feel like he's very genuine, very relatable to most parents. Having just to put ourselves in the shoes of these parents, Seth has been really relatable, straightforward. No one is perfect. Don't get me wrong, but I think that he's definitely identified as a parent who cares, and he's always just reiterated that he just wants Sebastian home. He just wants his son back. Star says, I mean, I have my speculations, but it's contradictory in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, and I think that we all need to speculate because, it's 10 months in and we don't have a whole lot to go off of, but there are a lot of red flags within these interviews and them and using their own words, what they have said. It's definitely very telling in my opinion. Oh, okay. So maybe that's why he was coming off as maybe asking questions in that like very straightforward manner. Okay, Star, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Actually, I vaguely remember a similar name on TL's Lives, but I'm not certain. Oh, okay. Puppy Love says Seth has shown what a parent of a missing child looks like who is innocent, nothing to do with harm. But in my opinion, the others not do much allegedly. Yeah, absolutely. And then all of the searching, the weird searching, and then they see a cave and they didn't go in the cave. They just went ahead and pointed the cave out and didn't do much. I mean, it's just I feel like they're toying with us, and but I'd hate to, without knowing for sure, um, say that they're toying with us, but I feel like they are. But in case they're not, as long as they're trying to find Sebastian, I guess I can give them credit where credit is due. But I do feel like they're toying with us, just like the SF Investigates photo op. And Star says, Poppy Love, I don't picture Seth being some kind of professional actor. On camera, I've seen him get choked up and have to pause. Absolutely, Star. The only time I heard KP turn on the waterworks, in my opinion, on a phone call. Yeah, she didn't do a very convincing job when they were on Duchess for the Missing. And then in the Only Hands interview, they told Caitlin Miller that they didn't want to show their faces on camera because they were, quote, too emotional. But then they never shed one tear or even a quiver in their voice to indicate that they were having a hard time discussing this. Again, it's just all smoke and mirrors with them. And I really feel like they are, if anything, just very bad liars. Sandy says a troll for sure. That's why we need to be careful about what we say. Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. And the thing is that I'm not particularly afraid of anything that I have said. Um, in terms of, but you just never know. This case has been very odd, to say the least, and you just never know. You're right, Sandy. You just never know. Public perception cannot be changed now. It's very difficult. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Good to see you. You're not really late. You're good. You're just fine. But yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to backtrack now. I agree. I agree. Yes, Sandy, I got troll vibes, which is why I posted the things I did about being careful. Thank you, Star. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate the Only Hands video. That's what they did, and then they were stroking each other. I was talking with Hey Jude about that one too earlier. We're like, it was just kind of awkward, and sick. Minnie says, I kind of get the feeling CP is giving them the runaround and they don't realize it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Minnie. I mean, and he is good about doing that. I will say he is he's like a master manipulator, and then he'll turn it around and gaslight people and be like, oh, well, I didn't say it that way, or you didn't ask me this, and so I answered you this. And he's done that several times. He did that to Josh from the lab on Smileys, and it was like, what? Show Poodle says the sad thing is people volunteering with searching are risking hurting themselves every time they go out. I think that is disgusting, in my opinion. Absolutely, Show Poodles. It's just like we were talking about with Terry Lynn being out there searching and things like that. All of the tick bites. I mean, the snakes. You could be bit by a snake. You could have a poisonous plant. Just getting in the waterways. All of the kind of bacteria in the waterways and things like that. It's very serious. And for them not even to get dirty, and there are 3 men out there, and they don't have the wherewithal to wear orange. I mean, yeah, it's just sad. Minnie says exactly, show. And yeah, why scare off searchers? Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't see anybody following or harassing them. Yeah, the United Cajun Navy had it happen to them, several other searchers. Yeah. Excuse me. Minnie says, in my opinion, he's putting on the act of his life. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, they're both acting for dear life. Goodness sakes, because they know they've screwed up several times. That's why they're always signaling each other with a cough or a clear of the throat. That's why there's been a lot of that back and forth where they're trying to keep it straight, but they can't, and that's what's really hard about lying. And Star says, Minnie hit the target. Margaret says, Chris just won't want Sebastian found, or just don't want Sebastian found. I agree with that. I agree with that. They would be trying much harder, and it wouldn't be a photo opportunity for one of his friends' channels. Um, that's the whole thing that makes it very unbelievable to me, is that they're doing it on the a live channel or live stream or however they did it. If they're making videos after the fact, it just it screams on um, inauthentic and disingenuine. And also I don't trust the Crabtree. I just don't. He's proven otherwise himself. So, and Sandy says, Star, I went back and read everything and saw that you did a very good job, Star. Aw, thank you, Sandy. Thank you. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. We're gonna have trolls coming in. You know what I mean? It kind of stinks, but then we're also gonna have really good people that come in. So it's just kind of like part of how it goes, unfortunately, on the YouTube verse. And Star says, remember to use initials, dears. That's my opinion. Absolutely, Margaret. I agree. I agree. I think you guys are definitely thinking logically, and that's more than some people are doing. Minnie says, and on one of the videos, I heard gunshots, and I know they heard them too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember that, but you know what? Sometimes if I don't, yeah, I love listening with my earbuds or my, or ear, headphones, because you can really hear like things in the background that you wouldn't hear if you're just listening to it like on the phone with the volume up. So, okay, I'll have to go back and look at that. You did great, Star. Thank you. Yeah, Star says, Minnie, they're absolutely unprepared. Yeah, they need to be wearing that orange. They need to be wearing that. Yeah, see, oh no. Well, at least we know that they're scared of something, because it seems like they're just, fearless and feel like they're invincible. Minnie says, I kind of feel bad for them being so gullible. It's because you're sweet, Minnie. And Star says they were discussing orange vest for next time after allegedly searching all the areas. Oh, okay. Oh, the other areas. Well, they need to be searching everywhere if they're going to do that. And then maybe just you don't have to put it, just, you don't have to film it necessarily, in my opinion. Star says, instinctually, I sense trolls, but politically, I hate to assume. Yeah, absolutely. I understand. I do too. Like, I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and then also want them to feel comfortable, but I just don't, you know, it's just one of those things where it's hard. It's hard because we don't know for sure. Unless we know, like, because I know certain people's names and things from other channels and things like that. So, um, Scranton Strangler says CP is so greasy, but he thinks his bullying and gaslighting is fooling everyone. Exactly. Yeah, he really does. He thinks he's smart. And that's another thing that comes along with that ego, is thinking you're the smartest one in the room. And he thinks that he's pulling the wool over people's eyes, but and then he gets mad when he realizes he didn't. And when he realizes he did, you'll see him do the duper's delight smile, like, gotcha. And Chief says, you can use me as an example. Aw, thanks, Chief. And Minnie agrees with Scranton. Poppy Love says, I have felt terrible with all these concerns with the Sumner County Sheriff and Detective. It's where I live. I'm shocked. I've prayed it's not true, that they aren't doing right, and just keep it undercover. Yeah, I really did give the sheriff the benefit of the doubt, and for a long time. And I did that because I didn't want to believe that they wouldn't do everything they could to find Sebastian. But then I also started researching him, and I realized that there was definitely more than meets the eye. So I appreciate you, Poppy, and I know that's got to be hard. I'm a Chicago girl, so I know corruption. Um, all I have to do is think back to the Dailies, Mayor Daley's, and how long they were in office. Just Yeah, it's whenever that happens, and it's just, cherry picking people and setting people up for these positions, and passing that corruption down. It's very difficult to see. And then especially when the same family is running things for years and years and years. Yeah, it's just, it breeds the organized crime, and that sort of thing. CP needs to wear that orange to prepare for the future, in my opinion. I know, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what made me think of it, because when he was wearing that orange shirt in court, yeah, and then that guy was like, "Have you ever been in court with cuffs?" And I'm like, "No." But nice try. And couponing says, "Lady, good point." Thanks, couponing. Minnie says, "He did that in court here in Scranton." Yeah. Star says maybe he grew the mullet because he's trying to show he's too depressed to cut his hair, allegedly, in my opinion. I don't know. He's got a pretty luscious mullet. Like, it's pretty luscious. It's nice and greased up. It's I think he left it a little bit too, like, poofy in the one when he did the machete. Minnie needs to be brighter. Oh, okay. From Naperville? Cool. Cool, Poppy Love. And Minnie says, or he's trying to grow it out for hair transplants. Oh gosh. He's going to grow it really long and sell it to somebody that doesn't have such a luscious mullet. Star. The corruption is what's really set back in Detroit, too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and nowhere is above it. You know what I mean? It's just like in a big area like Chicago, you wouldn't see it as easily, but like in a littler area like Sumner, you might see it faster, and realize it faster, especially if you live there. So yeah, show poodles. That's true. I would guess it would be a letdown. Absolutely, Margaret. Donna says CP spits out a whole lot of word salad and saying absolutely nothing. It's so annoying to listen to him. I agree. I get really frustrated listening to him as well. Um, just the rage. It's like, ugh, calm down there, bucko. Liza says, I don't think the Proudfoot are important enough for corruption, but not in my town. Yeah, Liza, I mean, you would think that it wouldn't be, but I will tell you, with the Navy ties, um, Craddock has a lot of real estate agents on his personal pages, insurance agents, things like that. So he is well connected in that regard. And we all know that Mama Socks is a real estate agent. Um, their family is well known in the area. So I mean, I don't want to say yes 100% either way, because I don't know for sure, but it is something that I've speculated on, and it's something that I find noteworthy. If anything, it's just kind of, put it in the back of my brain, and just kind of like back in that little compartment where, um, you know, I can pull it back up if I really need to. Minnie says all I could hear on the last interview was the dip in his mouth. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Yo. Margaret. Star says, you just said luscious mullet. I can't be there here anymore. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I just think it's so funny. I have to give him. Scranton says every time I hear him getting mad and ranting the whole time, I'm just picturing a chunky mullet wearing Daffy Duck. Scranton, that was a good one. Show Poodle says I have been keeping up with the super mayor in Dalton and Thornton Township. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm really familiar. Okay, so I lived in Dalton when I was little, and I have family in Naperville. So I'm really, versed in the area. Star says it's like he's trying to act more educated than he really is, also, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Like, he wants to command that respect, and so I agree, Star. Like, he wants to command all that respect, but he doesn't want to give any back. But he just wants everybody to listen to him and, think he's just like the smartest one. Like he thinks he wants people to see himself. Excuse me. He wants people to see him as he sees himself, and we're a lot of us don't buy it. Some of them do, but and Donna, and it's okay if they do. I'm not saying anything bad about people who have a difference of opinion. It's just, you know. Donna says Scranton, I know, right? Scranton. Poppy says, thanks, lady, and show poodles. My husband wants us to move now. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm sure it's got to be disheartening. And then also, if they're using these type of technologies, which they use them everywhere, it's like people don't want to be in the crosshairs of that. I felt really bad for Bobby when she did her interview with JLR because she was, you could tell it was like it shook their little town that was quiet and nice, and their little subdivision, their little area. um it shook things up. Absolutely. Scranton, I now need brain bleach. We need a cleansing. Minnie says he reminds me of my ex-husband. Me too, Minnie. That's the whole problem. It's just too uncanny, and I just can't. I can't. It Yeah, it takes me a while to get through. That's why when I'd have to do the editing for the videos, sometimes I'd have to take a break. Another reason is Nina. Like with Nina and her interview, it was very difficult. Very difficult. Minnie says I'd get harassed for actually going to college. He couldn't stand that. I was smarter. Yeah, well, he didn't want you to leave him. I would get harassed when I went to school too. Um, and he would ask me, why is my hair, it was like a windy day one day, and he's like, why is your hair all messed up? And I'm like, because it's windy outside. Have you stepped outside? But it's just like, what the heck? But yeah, they don't want you to leave them. Same thing when I my mom passed away. I would go and swim every day to relieve the stress and stuff like that. And there were times where he would take my car keys and won't let me go because he didn't want me to look good or whatever. They're such cretins, I swear. And Star says, if you shot the picture, lady, I'm so done. Star, I'm gonna have to make a special video for you. And Show Poodle says, Poppy Love. Aw, I'm sure it's hard to trust, yeah, to not trust elected officials. Yeah. Well, and Sheriff Craddock ran unopposed. So there's that. He wasn't even really truly elected. He was cherry picked by the people, who were already in power. So there's a lot to be said about that. Um, I really believe that. And the stipulations that you have to have under your belt, or excuse me, the qualifications that you have to have under your belt to even run for sheriff, makes it hard for anybody to be able to run against him, in my opinion. Star says if you show, oh, okay. Minnie, I'm sorry. Glad he's ex. Yes, absolutely, Minnie. Absolutely. Absolutely. I didn't do it. I'll tell you what, Minnie, as bad as it sounds, the saddest thing for women, like us that have gone through that, is that at some point, when it gets bad enough, you're like, it's never going to stop until one of us kicks the bucket, right? Because those guys are like totally control freaks and psychotic and, toxic. And so it's like, well, if one of us, the thoughts cross my mind, but I'm glad that you're away from him. I'm glad you didn't do it. I'm glad you didn't do it. Allegedly. Crossed my mind. I ain't gone. Yeah, I mean, well, and it gets because it's so bad that you're like, because you're in survival mode, and that's what brings your brain to that thought process is that survival mode. It's not a good place to want to be in. Absolutely not. You know, you drop your herbs. And that's why I moved next door to my daddy. Aw, he couldn't stop me from going. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Having a good support system is the most important thing, um, because that's why they isolate you from everybody because they don't want you to have that support system. They want to take you away from the people that love you and that you love, and so that way they can manipulate you into thinking that they're the only ones that care for you. And that's the really sick and twisted crap that they pull. And Star says, I get gaslit so much. Everything I said got twisted. I was a bad mother. Oh, I know. And it is. It's any kind of dig that they know that they can hurt you with. Because you know dang well, Star, that ain't true. And Poppy Love says, that had to be so hard. I'm glad you're free from that, you guys. Yes, thank you, Poppy. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's difficult, especially when you love someone. You don't want anything bad for them, but when they want bad for you, it's like it's them or you or them kind of thing. Some women have had to take matters into their own hands, which is horrible because it's a good person that would never do something like that to somebody, but they had to defend themselves. Um, you're not a fan of JLR Chief? I respect what the YouTubers do. I know he did something today about Seth going to Oklahoma, and I was kind of, you know, and not in agreement, but, I mean, it's his prerogative. And Poppy Love says, we know we aren't happy at all. Oh, Minnie says, Star, I'm a horrible mother still. Stop that, Minnie. Couponing says, did anyone else see CP smiling at a person that was sitting behind him at the beach? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. I did see that. And I also saw him get up and collecting people's cell phones and cutting up with everybody. And that's typical. That's typical because that's his way of telling everyone, see, I have this under control and I'm the one in control and I'm able to manipulate even the court appointed officials. It's all manipulation and scare tactics, in my opinion. Yeah, X, the toxicity is right, Minnie. Yes, the nerve. Ugh. Star says, ugh, Minnie, the nerve, right? Show Poodle says, yes, kind of crazy when he does an interview, he seems like he is over his skis, in my opinion. Yeah, he's acting nuts. I mean, and then he expects people to be like, oh, well, what a nice guy. You know what I mean? But it's like, what do you expect people to think if you do that? I mean, come on. It's and nobody was pushing his buttons either. It's not like people were sitting there bashing and bashing and bashing him. And then he comes up on panel and they're being mean to him to his face and stuff like that. No, it was the opposite. I mean, I'm going to say the panel minus the host, they were all on his side. The host was kind of calling some things out in that position, in that situation. But then, we had the other panel members who were also, trying to stick up for him, and Clue is one of their friends. So, I mean, she's going to stick up for them. Minnie says, my kids and I partied when we got the news. Aw, Minnie. It's a relief. I would imagine it would be a very big relief, because you don't have to live in fear anymore. And Star says, towards the end, I decided to be dismissive of everything you said and laugh. Unfortunately, that escalated into awful conclusion. Yeah, and that's the thing, Star. I agree. If you let it roll off, then they do things. It gets worse because they wanted a type of reaction that they didn't receive. It's a part of that narcissistic supply. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Star. Minnie says, oh, Star, been there. I'm sorry, love. Minnie says, I was a daddy's girl and fought back. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. It's a survival thing. So at some point, your brain is going to start making you fight back, and not take it. And then also, um, defend yourself. And that in fight or flight, you don't ever know what's going to happen. It's fight, flight, freeze, and appease. So you might appease the person that's doing it to you. You might freeze up and not know what to do and just be frozen with fear. Um, you may fight. You may run away. Those are the typical responses. Star says, sorry for all of anyone who has been in that kind of place, including those of us here, Minnie. Yes. Thank you, Star. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for saying that. Some of the creators love him. Scranton Strangler says, what could possibly make this man think he's all that? Because he definitely does. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's just the ego. Narcissists are the very most, they're the most hurt and damaged people out there. And so as a defense mechanism, they form this massive ego that protects them. It's like their armor, right? And so in when they form that armor, like, that's what makes them so harsh and brash and hateful and mean and spiteful and vindictive. It's because that's all they know, and that's their defense mechanism. But they're the most traumatized out there, and then they do the most damage to traumatize everyone that comes in contact with them, and then even like spanning over other people that they don't even know. And this is a great example of it, is with Proudfoot. And the panel minus the host for kissing his ass. Exactly, Minnie. I agree, in my opinion, as well. I mean, it was getting pretty bad. I mean, I understand not disrespecting people on your panel. I've had that situation myself, and I had to just kind of grin and bear it for a moment, and then handle it off camera. But because you don't want to be rude to your guests, and I get that. But when your guests are being rude, yeah. And Star says CP is losing control of his narrative, in my opinion, and it's driving him nuts. Yes, I think he's pooping his pants. I mean, why is he talking about going to Canada and stuff like that? I think he's pooping himself. And Poppy says Dog and Nick said something to the effect of being able to do more in January or February. Do you know anything about why they would say that back a month or so ago? I don't really have a very good idea of why. I think it might have been because the satellite imagery. I know they were talking about that at that point, I think. And then another thing, I know they were talking about possibly Trump getting involved, and I'm just guessing. I don't know though. I'm not sure. I know there's got to be some kind of method to their madness. And couponing says, I had to start carrying spark plug wires in my purse because I was trying to leave and couldn't. Oh, because my ex had taken one of them. Oh no. Or taken one off. So when I could, I bought a set and carried them for years after. Oh my goodness, couponing. And see, that's the thing. That is so smart of you, though. You know what I mean? That is so smart and resilient of you to protect yourself like that. And that's why a lot of times, and well, I mean, and it should be really across the board, it's like, make a plan of action. And even if it takes you a long time, cover all your bases, make an extra set of keys, put money aside, if you can, if you're not being financially ABUS'd, you know what I mean? Because that happens, to where they isolate you completely. You don't have any money. They don't want you working because they want you to stay home. All of that. They get you in trouble at your job, so you get fired. They take your car keys so you can't leave and go to work, and then you're late. And even after the fact, they call your job. they'll do anything to sabotage another person, which is horrible. And Margaret says, I wonder if Clue could stand him if they both have alive with one another. Well, they did a couple of times. She interviewed him. She did. I haven't heard the one, but I heard the other. So there's one interview that I haven't really heard. I know like Hindsight, I think, plays excerpts from it, and that's the only way I've heard it. And Minnie says, couponing, no one should ever have to think to do that. Amen, Minnie. Amen. Yes. They do act alike. Minnie Shapoodle says, yes, I feel bad for you. Yeah, also. I could not imagine. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, but I'm so glad that you guys feel comfortable sharing these things because, it just goes to show, again, they are not original. They think they are so original, so slick, that they're getting away with it. They're fooling people. But the more people come out and be like, yeah, that's a weird behavior, and I dealt with that weird behavior before, the more people can understand it who haven't been through it. So thank you, Show Poodles. I appreciate your comment. I don't know, I don't know, man. My ex was just evil, I think. For real. It's an evil mindset to be in. Absolutely. I agree. Poppy Love says, Minnie, I know it made me sick. I couldn't keep listening. Oh, I know. People are getting so sick and tired of his baloney. I mean, we're all sick of it. And Show Poodle says, Margaret, I will always defend my friends unless they do the indefensible. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. Um, I mean, that's one thing, like, triangulation. The narcissists are really good at that. So they're good at like making your friends mad at you and you mad at your friends. Um, so that way that you don't talk to them anymore. And a lot of times too, like I've had friends that they just couldn't handle it anymore, the toxicity, and the back and forth, because that's one thing that does happen in those relationships is that you try to leave, but then they come back. Um, they beg for you back, you take them back. Sometimes they stalk you, and you just can't get rid of them. You're afraid, so you go back to them because you know that they're going to find you no matter what, because they've done it before and they'll do it again. And Chill Poodle says Nick said February because of the new administration. Okay, awesome. I was kind of trying to think, but I thought maybe Nick has been very politically active throughout the years. Okay, good. I mean, I think somebody like Trump would be a wonderful resource for us to use to help with the Sebastian case. I really do. Star says it really is smart couponing. And Minnie says, and once you start that habit, it's hard to break it. Yes, I agree. Margaret says CP, I would not touch with a 100-foot pole. Nope, no. No. Well, and I'm sure, and the thing is about these people, and women do, it goes both ways. They're so super charming and they love bomb you in the beginning, and it's just all so great. And, what a wonderful person. I can't believe I met somebody that's so wonderful, who loves me so much, who's overprotective of me, and who cares about my well-being, because that's the mask that they wear at the beginning. That, you meet their representative, you don't meet the real person. And it's just who they're wanting to show you until the mask drops. But they can be very charming, and they can really make you fall in love with them. And the minute that they know that they have you is, game over. Minnie says, I keep a set of keys hidden and money hidden. Oh gosh, Minnie, I know exactly what you mean with that. There were times where I would hide money and then I'd find it later and I'd be like, oh yeah, I did hide this money here, and it was just like, I was just in such a survival mode that I was so stressed out. And then, yeah, it's just, I'm so sorry. Aw, couponing, you're amazingly resilient, says Poppy Love. Yes, that is right. And Shopoodle says Dog's attorney was one of Mr. Trump's impeachment attorneys. Oh, gotcha. Also, some years back, Dog and Mr. Trump did some crime events together. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't know that. That's really interesting, Shopoodles. Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. Yes, absolutely couponing. Absolutely. And Star says, every time I hear a loud noise or someone yelling, I panic a little. I hate that it changed me. Yeah, and see, that's like a flashback, a trigger. People talk about that, and I think that it's used a little bit too liberally, because for people that have gone through that, it's like, it's for real. It triggers a trauma response. It creates that trauma. It takes you back to that time. It's like you're there again. It's like your mind just takes you back. And it's a horrible feeling. It is. It really is. Minnie says same. Couponing, Minnie, I still do too. Star says that this is why CP feels so ick, in my opinion. Absolutely. I think we can all see the ABUSE factor in him, especially listening to everything Nina, seeing what he said about how he's treated Sebastian. Just all of these things compiled together is like, it paints a picture of a very bad person that a lot of us have dealt with in the past. And I don't think that he realizes that. He thinks he is, original. He's not. He is not. It's the same old story, the same old song and dance. Poppy Love says, I'm wondering if Dog thinks Sebastian might be with someone involved in trafficking. Very possible. Very possible, because Nick's saying that, thinking Trump against trafficking. Yeah, I think it's very possible. Look, if he did somehow escape the view of the cameras in the neighborhood and he was able to make his way out to the busy road, that long hollow pike, who's to say that somebody didn't snatch him up from there? You know what I mean? So I think, that's a possibility, especially when it comes to trafficking. Definitely, definitely. Minnie says, I think Trump's like a huge fan of Dog or something. That's funny. I think we've all been a fan of Dog, for sure. I used to watch the show and stuff like that. And Margaret says, I left my stupid ex in 2002 and the divorce in 2007, and I do not want to get married again. I am independent and happy. Yes, Margaret, I am the same way. I won't ever get married again, not after having to get divorced twice. I will never, to the same person. I will never do it again. I just can't bring myself to do it. It would take a miracle. Let's just put it that way. I guess you never say never, but yeah. Star says 4 failed marriages and now a young man has disappeared. Amen, Star. Amen. Yeah, Minnie says good for you, Margaret. Absolutely. And see, that's how strong women that have endured that are. Just so strong. Just so strong. Margaret, same. I am happy sleeping alone in my queen bed. Star, you could really stretch out. Oh, I know, Margaret. That SOB dreaming says hope not. And Poppy says, lady, go back to the date I mentioned about the last scene on the 26th. I will. I just want to show you guys this one last clip. Shopoodle says 3 children in Utah were missing since 2022. They were found a few weeks back. The FDLS church hid them for their father. They were returned home to mom. Oh, that's so wonderful, Shopoodles. I didn't hear about that. Man, that FDLS church, ooh boy, that is another one that it just like, yikes, yikes. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad, though, that they were returned to their mom. Oh, Margaret, I am glad y'all. Margaret says, I'm glad y'all are here. It's so wonderful y'all are here. Oh, it's so wonderful that you're here, Margaret. Thank you. And no snoring except maybe mine, Star. Couponing says, so sorry, Margaret, you endured that. And Dreaming gives Margaret a heart. Poppy Love says, a witness allegedly said that they saw Sebastian on the 26th. Could it have been that morning or between midnight to when KP went out that morning? Well, also, Poppy, see, that's what I was thinking too, because Bobby said that they saw a silhouette in the window, and they said that they thought it was Sebastian. And I'm wondering if that was after midnight, and that's possibly why they're saying. But see, that wouldn't have been out on Stafford Court. It would have been in his house. But we'll talk more about it after the clip, because that is interesting, and I mean, I think it's definitely important to talk about. And Minnie says, y'all did you see where this couple in Colorado were arguing and left their baby on a median? Oh no, the baby tested positive for Coca-Cola. Oh no. Oh my gosh, no, I did not see that. Oh, that is so awful. And they left the baby on the median? Oh man. I don't understand. Star says, Margaret, I've been seeing you since I started watching Terry Lynn. I'm so glad you're here with us. Ah, Star. Poppy says, there was someone out there in a car too. Well, see, yeah, that's a good point, Poppy. Oh, I hope that baby was rescued. All right, guys, let's just watch this. I can't believe somebody would leave a baby in a median like that. I mean, you'd have to be freaking, I don't know, out of your mind to do something like that. So I guess I just hate when they blame rugs. It's like, what is wrong with you? You know? Rugs or alcohol, I'm like, still, it doesn't matter to me. Like, what in the heck are you thinking?
Two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home?
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. So, March 25th, 2024 is when they did this interview with Katie and Chris on Nancy Grace. And so he tells Nancy that well, one red flag was that he tells Nancy that he wasn't that he's not really working there anymore. It's up in the air. But then, you know, he used this against BHB and said that she went to his job site, but that was months later after he, you know, so back in March, he tells Nancy one thing. And then in June, he says that he was still working for St. Jude. And, you know, we know that's not true. Poppy says there was someone out there in the car too. Yes, yes. And yes, Poppy, the Minnie says the police rescued the baby and it's in the hospital. Oh, great, great. I'm glad. Hopefully they were able to detox that poor baby. You got me on Coca-Cola, you know, they used to put that in Coke. They did. They really did. They would use it. It was like a stimulant for, it's amazing what they used to use rugs, like what we call or view as like street rugs. They used to use them like even in like therapies and stuff like that. Um, Poppy says, "Thank God that baby was rescued." Yes, I know. I can't imagine. I mean, I just don't understand. I don't know. I just don't think there's any amount of rugs that would make somebody do something like that. Show Poodle says, "Y'all have been lovely tonight. I'm glad I found you a couple days ago." Oh, we're glad you found us too, Show Poodles. Glad to have you. So glad to have you. Minnie says, "Aw." Couponing says, "Has anyone looked up Doe 174? No, I haven't. I have not. Is that a Jane Doe or John Doe? Margaret says, "I'm glad the baby was rescued. Bless the baby's heart." Oh, yes, I know. Poor little thing. I mean, it's like, who does that to a defenseless, sweet little baby? Oh, Margaret, me too, says Dreaming. Margaret Chapel, Star, you are sweet. Yes, Star is super sweet. Um, diversity of citizenship. Oh, diversity of citizenship. Is that the Doe case? Okay, sorry guys, I had to start my mic again. There we go. Okay, I just had to plug her in. Poppy says, I just removed my comments about what I just brought up about the 26th guy's eyewitness. I want to get more information, so I took it off. Okay, yeah, Poppy, and I will too. I want to get a little bit more information on that too. You know, I like doing the research. That's why I took the night off last night, because I really wanted to research like all of this geofencing stuff. I find it super fascinating, but I also wanted to be able to kind of like discuss it and explain, or if you guys had questions, I didn't want to be like, I don't know, but like it's complex. I mean, it's easy, but it's also complex. So it's like, especially when you have these super smart people, like, you know, just explaining it, and I'm like, oh, okay, I have to watch that again. I told Star last time, I'm like, my brain hurts. And Sandy says, plus in Smiley's interview, he blamed Sebastian for him almost losing his job. Yes, yes, Sandy, he sure did. He's like, because of all of this happening. Yeah, he did. I mean, just an SOB to the max, in my opinion. No wonder I love drinking Coke so much, Margaret. Yeah, they said it. I mean, it used to be like it's a stimulant, you know, so it's like it keeps people awake. See, I used to be like that with like a pop in the after when I was working, I'd have like my coffee in the morning, and then, I'd switch up to water. But then in the afternoon, for like an afternoon pick me up, I would drink like, like a Coke or a Pepsi, which would make me, just like, obviously the sugar helps too. But yeah, it was my little pick me up, so. And Star says, my roommate brought a sticker book home. Going to help granddaughter. Love you all. Oh, how cute. Wonderfully informative, live lady. Thank you, Star. Thank you so much for being here. You guys did an awesome job. I know I'm going to be getting off here too, because I want to get stuff ready for tomorrow's show. But I also, I want to look more into that show, Poodles. I'm going to do that. I'm going to. Or I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm looking at Show Poodle's comment. Sweet Dream Star. And Show Poodle says, do you think maybe they could be hiding SR through that church, in my opinion? Anything is possible. I think that it would be the best case scenario if he was being hidden by someone. I would just think people would come forward at this point. They would have to give them, they'd have to give them enough hush money. They would definitely have to give up some hush money, and then also, just to take care of, Sebastian while they were caring for him. But it's not off the table. I mean, anything is possible. I would hope not, but they were looking at places in Utah, and I'm not trying to be rude to Utah people because it's not their fault, but there are a lot of very strange things and goings on in Utah, and I don't, like I said, it's not everybody, but there are a lot of cases that we see in Utah where these kids are like just taken away to these ranches and stuff. So it's definitely on the radar. That's a great point. And yes, you guys, Star is awesome. You guys have all been awesome, like really great questions, and you guys are so smart. I love kicking ideas around with you guys, especially because we don't know, and we only have a limited amount of information. More and more has been coming out. I feel like right now I'm on information overload, and I want to continue to go over this interview with Jennifer Coffindaffer, but I really wanted to kind of take some pieces out of it, deep dive into them, because what she's saying is so valuable. But I also want to kind of deep dive into it with you all instead of just kind of playing her interview out and doing brief commentary. I still want to do that, but I'd like to take little pieces like this geofencing, which is super intriguing. I also want to deep dive into the flashlight video. And then, of course, there are a couple of other cases that I want to go over. I've had 2 requests, and then also Michael Monkey Vaughn is someone that someone special to me has requested. So I do want to work on those cases as well. So we might do that maybe on like a Saturday Night Live or something like that next week. This week flew by with Christmas and everything, and I didn't even go or do anything really for Christmas. It was just, lots of information. I also wanted it to be a fun live, for Christmas, and I wanted to do a nice tribute. So, but I think we'll just do that this week. This weekend. And then I'd like to do some different cases next week unless something really blows up. But I think we can always just even, if I do even the beginning, of the live, if we just introduce a new case or these cases that have been requested, I think that would be good in getting, some more information out there. Oh, thank you, Joseph. Yeah, thank you. Joseph says, yes, I still think of Michael Vaughn, so much unknown. I do too. And that one guy is like such a cretin. I don't know. I just feel like they're waiting to find Monkey. And, I think the more people that talk about it, plus Brandy, I mean, I know that she's just struggling so hard. And I hate that for her. She just deserves better. She was such a good mama to him, and it's just very sad. And Margaret says, you couldn't give me enough hush money because I wouldn't want to do that to hurt the family. And plus, you can get into trouble. Absolutely, Margaret. I mean, you'd have to be crazy to do something like that, I believe, unless it was like, money and it was a lot of money, something like that. But yeah, they couldn't pay me enough either, especially because, poor Sebastian. Could you imagine if they're holding him someplace away from his dad, his mom? Um, he would be scared out of his wits. You're welcome, Poppy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So glad to have you here. No, Chief, I am not single. But thank you for asking. Um, but yeah, so I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just really unfortunate, all of these kids, and I like to introduce some new cases, but gee whiz, this Sebastian Rogers case has had just so much information come out, and it's kind of like I said, when I think back on these old interviews, and I know you guys do as well, because you guys have mentioned so many good points in here, everyone has, that basically remember this part of the interview, or remember this other part of the interview, and then we think back and we're like, oh well, that connection, we can make this connection. Good night, Donna. Thank you for being here. And yeah, so it's puzzling, is maybe even the first week, because we really don't have that much new information. We have seen the Texas Roadhouse video, which we were all hoping to get a glimpse of that, but then it just brought up more questions. So I think that's what's really difficult here. And Chopoodle says, that's what the best case scenario, better than the alternative. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that it's definitely the best case scenario. Well, thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. And I enjoy having you here. So thank you. Thank you so much. And Donna and Show Poodle says good night. Sweet dreams, Donna. Oh, thank you, Show Poodles. You guys are awesome. Like I said, I love having you all here. I love being able to talk about the true crime cases, especially trying to deep dive into this stuff. I'm glad I didn't bore you all to death. And I'm glad that you guys, didn't think I was too nerdy, but I thought it was really interesting. And I want to go to the people that know a lot about it, to kind of help me present it. Cause I mean, it's a lot of information. And then there's a lot of unknowns, when it comes to just, who did the FBI, was the FBI the ones that initiated this, because they were assisting in the beginning. So did they do this in the beginning, or is it something they've been doing? And because that's the thing, they can be under surveillance. Is this something that the FBI has initiated? Did they go back and do cell tower dumps? And then are they also bugging people of interest in the case? Still just so many unknowns, but I think it's something to think about, and then hopefully it'll spark other conversations, and other creators will talk about it too, because I know a lot of creators were talking about, or a few other creators were talking about these stingrays, or these cell tower simulators. So I think that maybe if we spark some more discussion about it, it could really help. So but thank you all so much for being here, and stay safe out there. Um, if there's a case that you want me to cover, I will definitely do my best to research it and present it, to the best of my ability, and then we can discuss and try to see if we can't, come up with ideas and try to help. Um, if anything, just bring awareness. So, but. All right. Well, I love you all so much. Thank you all. You're all so kind and smart and thoughtful, and I really appreciate every single one of you for being here. So good night, Joseph. Thank you. Oh, I enjoyed it too. Show poodles. Thank you. I was so worried. I was like, oh gosh, they're going to see me geeking out over here and they're going to be like, well, boring. So I tried to keep it. Good night, Sandy. Good night. I'm going to send you an email because I'm going to crack you up later. I got to remember to send it over to you because I fell asleep last night. I did a guided meditation. And oh boy, when I do guided meditation, I'm like out for the count because this Jason Stevenson is the one I listen to on YouTube, and he's got like the soothing voice, and it's just I end up falling asleep. It's really good. Margaret, love you too. God bless you too, Margaret. You guys are so amazing. Sandy says, okay, we must talk about going to Tennessee. Yes, I know. I saw that you were looking at maybe doing it the week of January 3rd. But yes, I will email you. I will email you tonight. I'll send you that funny video and then we'll get together. Because I don't know if I'll be able to do it as soon as then, but I definitely want to coordinate something with Terry Lynn. So, and I love your idea too. It's awesome. Yes, absolutely. We will, Sandy. We will. All right, guys. You all take care. Stay safe out there. And we'll talk to you all very soon. Yes. Yes, we will, Sandy. All right, everyone. You behave. I'll be like Dolly. Behave. All right. Have a good night, guys. Night couponing. All of my love to you guys. Thank you.